Me and my fat chud fingers. It's over for me. It's over. It's over. It's over for me. What's up, gamers? Me and my fat chud fingers. So, shut up. Don't want to listen to myself. Shut the fuck up. Lovely. Okay. Video game. Factoring our Oreos. Making oil products out of paste. Cracking my knuckles. Not cracking them. What's up, Big Jerry? How's it going, bud? How's it going, buddy? I do have to ask, because I'm curious. I just have a question, Big Jerry. Those characters that are after your name, the FMAWQ, did you put those there on purpose, or was that like a YouTubeism or some shit? I'm just curious. My curiosity... Oh, jeez. My curiosity's getting the better of me. Is that is that an L fortus netus mecbutis tutis mutis? Huh? Yeah, we're banning him. Yeah, I'm getting Boy Meets Midi to delete all your messages. And time's out. Yeah, Boy Meets Midi, wake up. You have to, I don't know, metaphorically slap the shit out of El Fortus fucking Netus. Metaphorically speaking, of course. You know, same old sputungus. Uneventful to terrible. Well, mostly uneventful, not really terrible. Woke up today just feeling sad. Just felt sad. Daho, that means you're probably depressed. Well, I probably am depressed. Yeah, but it's fine to be sad. Yeah, there's a lot of reasons to be sad. That's true, sputungus. But it's like I woke up and I just felt sad. I don't know why I'm still playing the music. Shut up. All right. Go to Crucible. Give me pressure forges. Or give me death. Meanwhile, I call the Fortnite a putis maximo. Meanwhile, no smile. No, I will not. Fuck you, putingos. Go fuck yourself. No. 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 570 bottles? Okay. Okay. Need these damn pressure forges. There's a new dwarf game. Oh, I bet you would like new dwarf games now, wouldn't you, huh? Wouldn't you? You would love that stuff. Yes, I do think so. Well, you know what? Put this. Ligma. No. I don't think so. Oh, yeah, well, Bigma. Didn't even fucking rhyme. And? What do you mean and? It means you got owned in this debate, obviously. Typical Fortus Netus, not taking responsibility for any of his actions. Shaking my fucking head, bro. Yeah? Too much to play, eh? Must be nice. I, like, never play the video games. Oh, well, look who it is. Boy Meets Mini is now here before he can, I don't know, shit on El Fortus Netus a bunch. Typical... Alright. Typical Boy Meets Mini. Failing in his duties. Ford, why are you such a papega? Cuz? Mm-hmm. Cuz? Why? Imagine always deflecting blame to Boy Meets Mini. Typical Fortus Netus.
Cope and seethe, Jack.
Let me tell you something important, Raiden. You're a normie and a beta male cuck.
I don't know, Putis. I think he got you there. I think you might just be cringe posting. Maybe cringe. Cringe maxing. You're posting cringe. And here comes Ford probably saying, no, I don't think so. Okay, we need to make another one of these ships. Boy Meets Mini, you know what to do to El Fortus Netus. Yeah, fuck you, Fortus Netus. You make me sick. Sick, I tell you. El Fortus fucking Netus. Well, I mean, I wouldn't expect anything less from El Fortus Netus. He loves slurs.
I was wrong about you, Senator. You're not cringe. You're just fucking racist!
This is true. Ford is just racist. We can absolutely confirm this. Fortus Netus, how do you plead? How do you plead your case, El Fortus Netus? You sack up to 5 at a time? Ugh, that's cringe. That's cringe, Jack, and your setup is weak. Like you said, Jack, I'm cringe but free. That's true. Chris Rabb has won the Democratic primary in PA's 3rd district. 14 points up with 81% of the votes in. It's a good victory. By the way, all these, like, dumbass blue MAGA tard dipshits were saying, like, These people can only win in the most blue of districts. PA3, from what I understand, Boy Meets Mini, not that blue. Is it even that blue? It's not like it's Pittsburgh or anything. What is PA3? Where's our goddamn Yinzers? Just outside Philly, so in like some suburbs and stuff. Gotcha, Boy Meets Mini. And I think Charles Booker won over Amy McGrath, I think. Yep. Let's go. Amy McGrath, that fucking Schumerite dipshit who completely got RKO'd by fucking Mitch McConnell, of all people. But that's Charles Booker, and he's way better. So hey, we're just gonna make fun of blue magatards again and again and again. Charles Booker, he's a solid progressive. I don't know if he's been endorsed by like AOC or anything, or he's been endorsed by like Bernie, but he's a solid, you know, considering it's Kentucky, he's a solid candidate. I like Charles Booker. He's good. I think Charles Booker is pretty A-okay in my book. So that's lovely. Clay with the $2 super chat. Good evening. How are you doing? Or this evening? Now you know. I didn't have a notification play for that. Well, also because I don't have notifications enabled, I guess, for super chats. I probably should figure out how to do that. I'll probably figure out how to do that through OBS or whatever. Everyone has to be Giratina. Everyone is Giratina, folks. Hanging in there. That's good. There was also a very racist thing that Asmongold said. You know what? We'll do a little bit of amendment from the video yesterday, I think, as well. about systemic racism, blah, 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 blah. Fuck it. I only wish we could get rid of our representative of North Carolina's 7th congressional district. I don't even know if was there any like a decent candidate that was running or something. I have no idea. David Browser, he has been MIA and has yet to host a town hall. I can't even remember the last time he held a town hall for us constituents. Well, that's because there's been pretty much an explicit command to the all Republicans, for example, to be like, yeah, don't speak with your constituents because they all hate you. Muria. Then we gotta do some... We gotta do some math after. David Rouser has been in office for almost or a little over 15 years. Yeah, it tends to happen. Anywho, let's get started with our anti-AI data center propaganda. Shall we? Well, given the fact that it's a Republican, Clay, I can only assume that it's just bad. One can always operate off of the assumption that anything from a Republican is automatically either pro-pedophilia or just period end of story bad. I can only just assume. I can only take a guess. Pressure forges, pressure forges, pressure forges. True. I mean, if you have the resources in order to be able to try to start your own DSA chapter, you definitely can try to do that, Clay. You know? See if there's, like, the energy for it. Sometimes it do just be. Sometimes you gotta be the change you want to see type shit. Sometimes. Because unfortunately, it's not gonna come out of nowhere. Unfortunately. Maybe it will at some point in time, but it's never bad to give it the old metaphorical college try. But anywho. Anti-AI data center propaganda time. Also received APAC funding. Well, he's a Republican. Of course he's gotten APAC funding. Of course. He's a Republican. He's evil. If you are a Republican, you are ontologically evil. That's just a fact. What's up, David Dole? Yes, I have a lot of tabs open. Alright, let's get started with this. AI, generative AI, and all of the associated, shall we say, nomers and, shall we say, even misnomers about, like, AI and whatnot. Now, I've talked about in the past before how much I do not like AI. Now, quick disclaimer. People are generally speaking going to do a lot of conflations as to what is meant by AI. What I'm broadly talking about is, say, generative AI or AI chatbots that are essentially used to replace, say, human input for the express purpose of a bunch of billionaires to save a bit of money on not hiring a bunch of workers. So that's what I specifically do not like, right? And I also do not like generative AI because the purpose of generative AI is to make soulless garbage for the express purpose of, well, either fascists to create shitty propaganda or for, well, same thing I mentioned before, capitalists to essentially, well, replace workers and save more on fucking money, because that's always the fucking case. Functionally speaking, there are applications for AI that I said are very, very useful in the medical field and even for language translation. I think there are use applications for this fucking product. Problem, right? There is way too much investment in AI data centers, and other, like, sort of AI products swirling around in this speculative bubble, and we're talking like trillions of dollars. Trillions. Right? If this bubble, if this metaphorical bubble, not really metaphorical, but if this bubble were to pop, it would basically make the Great Recession look like fucking peanuts in comparison. It would be really, really bad if that bubble were to pop. So, it inevitably will, however, because in terms of the return on investment, given the amount of just, like, ridiculous amount of investment that exists with AI, and its quote-unquote promises, and the fact that it's more than likely not going to deliver. I mean, like, Sam Altman and OpenAI are not turning much of a profit right now, and have said that, yeah, they may be going fucking bankrupt by the time it's 2027. So there's that. If something is basically not produced relatively soon, eventually those investors are going to come back and be like, where's my money? Where's my money? Where's my money? And then everything's going to shit the bed, and the current economic problems and disparities that we have right now are only going to get exacerbated and significantly worse. And we've talked about the phenomenon with AI data centers. Those things are fucking awful, right? They make a bunch of noise, they consume the local grid, thus raising the cost of living in the area, mostly through energy prices, especially considering the fact of Iran with the global oil shortages, making that situation significantly worse because of Trump being convinced by a collection of pedophiles in order to do the attack on the Strait of Hormuz and on specifically Iran, which is going disastrously for the president. But, you know, we all know about that already. Should we really be surprised that no one is particularly happy about AI data centers, especially university students who are graduating, who are statistically speaking slated to be the ones who are more than likely going to lose their jobs, their entry-level positions to this fucking dog shit? Should we be really surprised by this whatsoever? Because that's what this video basically is. It's a compilation of all these, like, dumbass fucking speakers, these out-of-touch, like, tech CEOs, broligarch dipshits, and others, shall we say, who are completely out of lockstep and out of touch with the current, shall we say, zeitgeist in terms of AI, generally speaking. And it makes a lot of sense why a lot of people are generally speaking pissed, especially if they are university graduates, because their jobs and their fucking positions are the ones that are more than likely going to be cut out because of the development of these AI data centers and AI jobs that are probably going to destroy entry-level fucking positions, right? So it makes a lot of sense why they're probably not particularly happy. Anyway, why don't we take a listen to this from our boy, David Dole.
The rise of artificial intelligence is the next industrial revolution. Oh.
It's not going to be the next industrial revolution. Fucking AI is not going to raise millions upon millions of people out of fucking poverty. It's a scam, dude. Like, you people are charlatans. You people are fucking scammers. The shit's not going to go fucking anywhere. Like, I don't know, just huff that fucking copium, man. I also am glad that Gen Z fucking gets this. Like, I mean, listen, the whole AI fucking scam shit, it's the same thing as Learn to Code, okay? We've talked about the Ponzi scheme that is Learn to Code. There's a video about it on the fucking goddamn channel. Probably stick it in the description below. Fuck it, why not? At this point in time, we all have an acknowledgement that AI is going to be essentially the exact same thing as when Barack Obama was just like, let me be clear, we need people to learn how to code. It's very important, folks. And people are coming to that recognition that it's like, oh, it's the exact same fucking Ponzi scheme bullshit. It's essentially going to be used to destroy any form of social mobility, and no one's fucking down with that. And honestly, more and more people should be booing this shit. Because the only people who don't boo this stuff, who actively cheer on the unironic destruction of the human experience, are fascists. And nobody likes fascists.
After seeing what happened this week, I have one very important tip for anyone giving a commencement speech at a graduation. Do not mention AI in a positive light. So AI was booed at several commencement speeches, and I'm going to get to one that actually made me angry. I'll get to that in a bit here. And then I'm going to get to some polling on Gen Z's thoughts about AI and how it has changed in just a year. So first, let me get to this first clip. This is Scott Borchetta of Big Machine.
Yeah, keep in mind, by the way, a lot of AI usage amongst, I think like schools has gone up fucking significantly, right? And I mean, there's a lot of complicated reasonings for as to why that is the case. A lot of people are lazy. A lot of people just are completely sort of like detached from fucking school, generally speaking, because it's an economic fucking problem mostly. It makes a lot of sense in my mind why a lot of people are just wholeheartedly not interested in wanting to participate whatsoever in terms of being able to be successful in an academic sense, because honestly, given the current environment and economy that we find ourselves in, what is the point of wanting to participate and be a shall we say, like, maybe not contributor, that's not exactly accurate to say, but someone who wants to be like very, very academically, say, astute or well learned or whatever, when everything's already just completely and utterly fucked already from the beginning. What is the point, right? And I don't really blame people for wanting to use AI more and more, even though, like, provably speaking, like, it makes you like 10 times more stupid. Like, your critical thinking faculties suffer significantly when you start utilizing shit like AI in order to be able to basically, like, and honestly, with like some of these like tech oligarch CEOs, use them to like write speeches for you, because I do think it just makes you fucking stupider, man. Like, way more stupid.
Machine Records, which is a record label. I feel like if you're running a record label, why are you talking about AI in a positive light? We all may have seen what AI has been doing to music, or what some people have been trying to do to music with AI. Hasn't really worked out.
Dude, AI music is so fucking dog shit, bro. Like, God. Jump Gaza, #1.
But here he is. This is at Middle Tennessee State University.
Than in the 50 years prior. Streaming rewrote the economics. Social media
Yeah, we
rewrote
are
the
Charlie
discovery
Kirk.
model. AI is rewriting production as we sit here. I know it. Deal with it. Like I said, it's a tool. Hey, like I said.
Yeah, but listen, what he's technically speaking, saying here, that AI is a tool, is correct. The problem is that you motherfuckers, you bourgeois fucking annoying ass pieces of shit, are trying to not use it as a tool. You are trying to use it as a replacement. That's why people are not fucking happy with AI, quote unquote. Even though, yes, there are useful applications for AI. Like I've said before, there are things that you can use it that are useful, that have use cases. With what these motherfuckers are doing, it's the exact opposite.
You can hear me now, or you can pay me later. Hey, then do something about it, okay? It's a tool. Make it work for you.
This guy comes off like a jackass. I will.
Yeah, bro, make it work for you. Make like a complete vibes coded fucking bullshit through ChatGPT constantly. It's like, okay, bro, nice meme.
Say though, maybe he was just a little stunned by the reaction to his comments about AI, that he didn't really know how to respond.
Oh, by the way, like, this is also another thing with like all these like broligarch fucking dipshits, all these like CEOs and whatnot. They're trying to make AI look as palatable as possible, right? And make it such that AI is like the next like main super hip thing. Like, oh, it's gonna be literally everywhere, and everyone knows that that's just a bunch of bullshit, it's a bunch of hooey, and everyone sees through the fucking propaganda and all the bullshit. It's just like, dog, like, what the fuck are you talking about? No, this is not going to be the next big thing. This is not going to be the next big thing that's used to raise people out of poverty or whatever. It's a bunch of bullshit. No one's buying it, right? Because everyone can see pretty much as plain as day that it's... Guess who's the main people who are mostly benefiting from this? Oh, it's the fucking bourgeoisie. And that's why no one's like fucking happy with it, considering the fact that, well, sentiments for billionaires is at an all-time fucking low. It makes a lot of sense that people are also not a big fan of AI.
But deal with it. You gotta deal with it. How about you fuck off? Here is another one, Gloria Caulfield. This is a real estate executive at the University of Central Florida's College of Arts and Humanities. Definitely a place you don't want to mention AI.
Fucking an art school, you're talking about AI. Stupid. Like, these motherfuckers, they're so desperate to try to make AI look popular and palatable to the broader sort of constituency, and it's just like, dog, it's not working, man. Like, especially to a bunch of like Gen Zers or Gen Alphas or whatever the fuck who are graduating into this particular market. Like, you're gonna start talking about AI to those guys, the guys who are going to be affected the most by this. Like, get the fuck out of here with this bullshit.
But regardless, it's brought up here, and well, here's the reaction.
Change can be daunting. The rise of artificial intelligence is the next industrial revolution. Oh, whoa. What happened?
What happened?
Okay, I struck a chord.
It amazes me how caught
Well,
off
what
guard-
happened?
You know, often
Like, bro, like, oh, what happened? Yeah, bro, like, totally. You know, we love, I can't, why are they booing me? I don't understand.
people that exist a lot online, like myself. You know, I gather news, I cover politics, I'm online a lot. It can often seem like and feel like that we're in an echo chamber, because I see these complaints all the time about AI and the threat it already is to jobs and just how it's utilized. Yet it appears that I live in the real world.
Like I said before, these graduates, for example, who are about to graduate into this, like, rather terrible fucking labor market, they are the ones who are more than likely going to be the most affected by AI, which makes a lot of sense why they would be booing this shit, because they are the ones who are going to suffer the biggest consequences from it. So I think it makes perfect sense why they would not be particularly happy about AI being, broadly speaking, implemented. Like, it should be really, really obvious, but, like, these fucking, like, CEO dipshits are just like, what do you mean they're bad at me for, I don't know, being an AI simp? It's like, oh yeah, of course they're fucking mad at you for that stuff. They're the ones who are going to suffer the biggest consequences for it. Like, are we for real, dude?
Because I am more connected to people's thoughts about AI, at least in the context of a graduation setting, than this speaker is, who appears to be completely caught off guard by the reaction to it. And of course, I just want to mention, apart from the job losses, we're talking about the impact on energy bills, the impact on water, the impact on the environment. I mean, ultimately, if AI was something that just existed on its own in some way where it didn't have
apparently the impact on water is actually, like, allegedly not going to be that big of a deal. That's, like, one of the things that's kind of a misnomer. But, like, again, okay, not to, like, be, like, the pro AI guy or what. I'm not really pro AI, to be quite honest, but apparently that's a bit of a fucking misnomer, that it's actually not really going to do that much. But given the fact there's already a lot of, like, potential for water scarcity within the United States of America, and that's going to be more and more of a problem because of climate change, why exacerbate that issue whatsoever with fucking AI data centers and shit like that? Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me, right? Isn't it affecting local water pressure really bad? I'm not sure, Boy Meets Mini, but I'm mostly talking about in terms of its consumption of water. The problem is like, we can talk more about, like, the poisoning of local water sources. I think that's probably, like, the more correct argument in position that you can have about the problems with AI, I think, is the fact that it has an adverse effect on, shall we say, water resources and local water resources and whatnot. I think that's probably the better angle to come at this from, in comparison to, oh, it forehead consumes a lot of water or something, when it's just like, no, it really doesn't, for example. That's probably what I'm mostly going to be focusing on if I'm doing epic debunkings of why I think, like, AI and, well, AI data centers are generally speaking bad.
massive impact on the rest of our society and the cost of everything, including on chips, then, you know, I don't think it would touch as much of a chord. But because it has already had a profound impact.
That's a really, really good point there by David Dole. But yeah, like, the costs on fucking chips as well, like, that's a whole other can of worms.
On all of us, I think it is hated in a unique way that few other rising technologies are.
Only a few years ago, AI was not a factor in our lives.
Thank God.
Okay, all right. Okay, we've got a bipolar topic here, I see. Okay,
You mean polarizing? Okay, listen, I'll just comment on this really quick. First off, it's fairly obvious this lady here was definitely like caught off guard and very, very surprised, right? Okay, so listen, if you've ever heard like CEOs or billionaires talk, they fucking suck at it. They are terrible. Like in terms of like. Gone are the days of the well-learned, well-to-do fucking aristocrat, okay? That shit's fucking dead. Look at Elon Musk, that mentally ill fucking pedophile. That shit's basically gone, alright? Like, ain't no more days like that, okay? That shit's basically fucking gonzo, right? So, should we really be surprised at all whatsoever that these people are, generally speaking, like... unironic, like, illiterate fucking dipshits who can barely fucking string words effectively together anymore? Like, I'm personally not really surprised by this whatsoever. Like, these people are just... They fucking suck at talking, man. Like, they can't do it. It's, like, anathema to them because, like... Not to do, like, the whole sort of, like, depersoning argument or something or whatever, but, like... There's something about, like, the current crop of billionaires where they are just essentially, like... They're not like us, right? I'm not saying that in like the, you know, a pedophilic sense or whatever the fuck, right? But they do not behave like normal people. Like, they just don't. Like, behavior like as a normal person is like anathema to these people. It's incredibly, incredibly strange.
And now, AI capabilities are in the palm of our hands. And oh, I love it. Passion, let's go.
You don't love that, dude.
All right.
Don't cap.
Yeah, I think that reaction speaks for itself. It's one thing if these are one-off videos, but this became a pattern. Even the Google CEO, or the former Google CEO, Eric Schmidt, was loudly booed while talking about AI. Here is a clip of it.
I believe that Charlie himself has also been going on a bit of a, shall we say, moral crusade, a righteous moral crusade against all these, like, AI billionaire dipshits. Because, like, let's be honest here, like, everybody knows that this AI fucking bubble, all this, like, fucking dog shit, everyone, broadly speaking, knows this is not meant to really benefit anyone besides, like, a very select few of tech Brolicark fucking dipshits.
That.
Last December, Time magazine selected its Person of the Year for 2025. And this time, it was the architects of artificial intelligence. Interesting. It will touch every profession, every classroom, every hospital, every laboratory, every person.
That's not a good thing, man. Like, let's be honest here. Like I said before, there are some applications that you can have of AI that are, like, palatable and interesting. Like, yeah, you know, there's medical applications for this technology. Yeah, I think that's, like, pretty cool and good and great and all that. Yada, yada, yada. Buddy, like... Again, you're talking to a bunch of university kids who are slated to suffer the biggest consequences in terms of losing their fucking jobs because of AI. Like, this is not a good idea, bro. Like, this is not looking good. Like, for real. Like I said before, statistically speaking, the people who are more than likely going to suffer consequences from AI being more and more widely adopted and used in every sort of, like, aspect and part of their fucking careers are going to be people who are just graduating out of university. So it makes a lot of sense that these people would not be particularly happy with the advent of AI.
And every relationship you have. I know what many of you are feeling about that. I can hear you. There is a fear. We do not know the precise contours of what this transformation will look like.
Okay, this idea that there's a fear, sort of like he's putting forward the fear of a new technology. You know, like when the internet was coming up, oh, there's a fear of what this may mean. The fear in AI isn't a fear that is unfound. Mm-hmm. It is a fear based on what we already see it doing, based on how people's price of energy have jumped when AI data centers have come into their communities. You're looking at Utah right now. They're looking to build an AI data center that will use up more power than the rest of the state combined currently does.
Yeah, fucking looking at you, Kevin O'Leary, you motherfucker. Like, because this is the main thing that one of the worst exports of Canada, Kevin O'Leary, has apparently done a lot of not investment center, but a lot of investment in, right? And would you be surprised at all whatsoever that people do not like that shit stain of a human being?
That is insane. Not to mention, again, the impact on water. AI data.
Oh, also, by the way, real quick, Eric Schmidt also has sexual assault allegations against him and is also in the Epstein files. Yikes, 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 yikes.
Centers require potable water, so clean water, to cool them. Where's that water coming from? So you have the impact already on energy bills, the impact on water, the impact on the environment in terms of having to power these AI data centers. And then, separate from all of that, the impact of AI when it comes to education, how people are or aren't writing their papers and learning anything.
Yeah, people are becoming like 10 times more fucking stupid because of this shit, dude. Like, it's just, in every way, shape, and form that this shit can be bad, it's just bad. It's not producing fucking healthy outcomes for, like, the benefit of society or humanity. It's just, again, a bunch of fucking dog shit and garbage for the express purpose of a couple of, like, wealthy oligarch fucking dipshits to benefit. Like, that's literally the purpose of all this stuff. And people are not particularly happy about that for, I would say, rather good reasons.
It can impact various industries in terms of taking jobs. So that impact isn't even included in the separate impact, which is on how we live our daily lives, and people that aren't even using AI are impacted. So it's this, like, of course, I'm like Eric Schmidt, who, what is he, multi-billionaire, completely disconnected, doesn't understand how this is impacting or doesn't care how it's impacting actual people, isn't having those problems at the the forefront of his analysis here. But it's just worth pointing out these are fears that are based in reality.
If you have a problem in the world you want to solve, you can now assemble a team of AI agents to help you with the parts that you could never accomplish on your own.
Boom.
Let me give you some advice.
Like, how tone deaf is this? You're talking to people that are trying to look for jobs, and you're telling them, hey, that job you want, it's possible AI may take it and you'll have no job. Like, this seems like the last place you want to bring up AI in a positive light.
That's what I'm saying.
Last clip I want to share with you.
Yeah, like I said before, these people, by the way, all these university kids and whatnot, these are the motherfuckers who are slated to lose the most out of fucking AI. So, again, it just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, you're making yourself sound incredibly stupid, incredibly fucking tone deaf for what exactly? Because you want to, I don't know, benefit your fucking portfolio. Because that's, like, literally the only purpose at this point with, like, the AI bubble in particular. The only people that are benefiting from this in particular are a bunch of, like, rich oligarch dipshits who nobody asked for and nobody fucking wants. Nobody wants to deal with these fucking annoying dipshits who are trying to seem more personable than they actually are. People are looking past that fucking charade. No one fucking thinks that these people are, like, personable whatsoever. They want to be, broadly speaking, liked, but they will never have the adoration that they are so constantly clamoring for and begging constantly at this point for, because everyone, generally speaking, has become quite aware of the fact that, dog, like, you're going to fucking essentially ruin our lives for what exactly? Oh, for your fucking stock portfolio that you're going to be doing fucking buybacks on. Because that's the only people who are benefiting from this fucking AI slop dreck garbage. Like, it's not normal average people. No one's fucking benefiting in terms of, like, the average fucking American when it comes to this shit. It's mostly the fucking oligarch dumbasses. That's all that, those are the only people who are fucking benefiting from this shit. Oh yeah, like, unironically, Clay, like, these, like, I really do think that this shit is fundamentally speaking incredibly anti-human.
I show you the recent polling I found from Gallup. This is Glendale Community College in Arizona, where their ceremony was disrupted because they chose to use AI to read out the names. Turns out the AI missed a bunch of names. So people didn't get to hear their names read.
Dude, that's fucking hilarious, bro. In every fucking instance that AI can be, like, really stupid and fucking terrible, oh man, it will be stupid and fucking terrible.
Read out during the graduation.
Hilarious, man.
It is an incredible moment because there's the awareness and acceptance here that they also made a huge mistake by relying on AI.
Graduates, everyone who is standing, here's what's happening. We're using a new AI system as our reader. Yeah.
They do not like that.
So that is a lesson learned for us.
Oh, really? That's a fucking lesson learned for you, eh? Oh, man. God, you people are fucking clowns, bro. Like, guys, we recognize that we are essentially utilizing all these dumbass systems because we ourselves are kind of lazy and didn't want to get someone to do the recording for us. So, you know, we just got this dumb, goofy AI to do it for us. And I understand that it's controversial and nobody fucking likes it, but we just did it anyways because we decided to be a bunch of lazy pricks ourselves. It's like, okay, man, fucking a good one, guys.
So I'm going to have to disappoint many of you. We will not be able to walk the stage a second time in order to have the name on the screen.
One of many reasons.
Bro.
To boo AI. The idea that you would...
Bro, that's so that's just cartoonish, man. Like, seriously. Sorry, our dumbass fucking AI system barely fucking works because it's developed by a bunch of, like, vibe coding fucking dipshits. As a result, we can't have the proper ceremony for our university fucking graduates. Fucking incredible, dude.
Rely on it to read out students' names, but you can't just read the names yourselves? How embarrassing is this? All right, let me get to, this polling now, which may surprise some people, because you would, you know, typically the way things work is new technology is grasped by the younger generations and they're really into it, and the older people don't know what's going on. That is not the case here. AI is incredibly divisive for all the reasons I already stated, and it appears that is bearing out in the data. So,
like, I mean, honestly, I'll fucking say, fuck it, why not? Typically, I don't really say this because I think, like, Americans are still heavily, like, actively just class unconscious. I think that AI might be the one thing that makes Americans more class conscious, because it's so blatant. It's so fucking clear that all of these fucking oligarch dipshits, they just want to shove this shit down your fucking throat. They want to make you accept your AI fucking sloppy toppy. You will eat the bug and live in the pod. And it's so blatant and fucking clear amongst the American people that they are not particularly big fans about this, and I think understandably so.
This is from Gallup. I will link to the full poll below the video under sources on YouTube. Gen Z's AI adoption steady, but skepticism climbs. So some results here worth looking at. Gen Zers' feelings about AI have worsened over the past year. Artificial intelligence makes me excited has gone down from 36 in 2025, now at 22% in 2026. And hopeful has also gone down from 27% to 18%. Angry has gone up from 22 to 31, and anxious has also gone up from 41 to 42%. So
good. I mean, just good. I'm going to be honest here. I think this is a good thing. I think you should be highly skeptical and that you should not be a big fan of AI. Period. End of story. Like, I'm so fucking for real, dude. Like, good. Good. Fuck this bullshit, man. Like unironically, it's just annoying. And now I'm not talking about like AI, because like I've said before, there are certain uses for AI that certainly have applications. But the problem is with the current way that this is being used as an investment vehicle, is that there is so much fucking money being put in by all of these oligarchic fucking dipshits to essentially try to replace people from being able to do work. That is the fucking issue here, right? When people are generally speaking talking about AI, a lot of conservatives will be incredibly fucking dishonest about the criticisms that people have with AI, generally speaking, saying like, well, you know, all these differing like games and stuff, it has AI in it, yet you don't have these problems with it. Like, that's a little weird. Aren't you being kind of hypocritical, libtard? It's just like, okay, when people are generally speaking talking about AI, the issues that most people have are talking about like the fact that it is essentially being used as a tool to replace the fucking human experience. That is what people are generally speaking having a fucking problem with, not with the fact that AI has like certain applications and use cases. Like, that's just like doy. Like, thanks, moron, for fucking saying that to me. Yeah, gee, I had no idea that there was use cases for AI. Thank you, Captain fucking Obvious. Obviously, that's not the contention that people are having. The biggest issue that people are having, broadly speaking, with AI is the fact that there are all these oligarchic, pedophilic dipshits who want to just do everything possible to replace humans from being able to experience the American dream, something all these conservative nitwits should fucking care about, but they don't because they actually do not care about, shall we say, like, the human experience or whatever, because they hate you, because they're demons, period, end of story. You should hate conservatives at all costs, as always. It has been made extremely, and I mean extremely and obviously clear that a lot of the use cases being done with AI and whatnot are essentially being used as a vehicle for investment, speculative investment, of course, by a bunch of these, like, tech oligarch fucking dipshits, and no one is happy with that.
In terms of the trend, we're looking at a negative trend towards AI. People are less excited, less hopeful, more angry, and more anxious about it. Gen Z workers' perceptions of AI risks versus benefits, which the following comes close to your opinion about artificial intelligence, and the plurality is in risks of AI in the workforce outweigh potential benefits. Benefits are in the minority here. Potential benefits of AI in the workforce outweigh the risks. So again, skepticism of AI.
The people are making it more and more clear they fucking hate this AI fucking slop dreck bullshit, and like I said before, you should have a problem with it. The oligarchs are making it rather clear that the intention of adopting these fucking AI systems is to replace humans. That's the point. Peter Thiel, for example, I've brought up this particular, shall we say, gem of a fucking quote from Peter Thiel, but he unironically has said that he wants to replace 80% of humanity with a bunch of fucking AI robots. Like, just let that sink in for, like, literally 3 fucking seconds. He wants to replace people with a bunch of fucking AI slop.
AI and its benefits. Gen Z workers trust of AI at work. Which would you trust more? And by far, the percentage, 69 and 65%. Work that someone completed without the use of AI. And that has only gone up in years since 2025.
Good.
And same thing here. It increased in the past year. People's feelings, at least when it comes to younger people.
Beer Bash with the resub for 10 months. I appreciate that, but 7? 6, 7? 6, 7. I appreciate that, Beer Bash. Thanks for the resub, Areno, bud.
Feelings about AI is clear, and I would be surprised if this trend reverses. I mean, maybe it's possible we discover a way to power AI that...
Honestly, let me just fucking... We'll be doing a little bit of spliceronies.
It increased in the past year. People's feelings, at least when it comes to younger people. Feelings about AI is clear, and I would be surprised if this trend reverses. I mean, maybe it's possible we discover a way to power AI...
And then Beer Bash fucking... You bastard, Beer Bash. Fucking trolling me as I start back up the video. Now I have to fucking redo the shit and do my whole splicing shtick. Goddamn you, Beer Bash. But thank you for the raid. I appreciate that, bud. You trolled me, Beer Bash. You son of a bitch. Bastard. But what the hell were you doing in Minecraft, Beer Bash? I bet you were playing Pokemon. You were playing Pocketmons. I think that's what it's called, the server. That's not what the server's called. Whatever. But you bastard, Beer Bash, you fucking trolled me. Son of a bitch. Nar. Beer Bash does a little bit of trolling. He does do a little bit of fucking trolling sometimes. Valhasia 6 mod pack on a solo play. What the cock and balls? What the fucking penis? Well, you know what? I love that for you / I'm terrified or something. Is that the meme? Whatever. You know what I mean. Fucking Warhammer? What are you, fucking gay or something? Imagine being a Warhammer enthusiast in the year of our Lord, 2026, and you're not trans or a furry. What the fuck is this, Beer Bash? You're lying to me constantly. How dare you lie to me like this, Beer Bash? It's fucked up, bro. Seriously fucked up. But I appreciate the raid as always, bud. Glad to have you here.
AI that doesn't destroy our energy bills and doesn't take all the water and doesn't destroy the environment. Maybe at that point, and doesn't take all the jobs. Maybe at that point, there will be some changes. But based on how things are going, I would be stunned if this trend reverses. In this headline from Futurism, Gen Z is turning against AI in an incredible way, where they quote somebody who left their tech job over ethical concerns in Silicon Valley saying, quote, I think everyone in my immediate peer group is not using AI and is actively against it, besides my friends who are in computer science.
Good, by the way. Like, I'm going to be quite honest here. Like, don't fucking vibe code with this shit. It causes more of a hassle than it is worth the fucking fix. It causes more problems than it is ever. Like, Boy Meets Mini, like, I'm gonna tell you right now, like, not tell you, but you should know this better than anyone about, like, the vibe coding, like, complete dog shit that is fucking AI, bro. Like, you know this probably better than anyone else, right? Like, yeah, you probably go through it fucking constantly. It doesn't really surprise me whatsoever. Like, it's just a mess. It causes more fucking problems than it really fucking fixes. It's annoying. It's fucking pathetic. It's ridiculous. And it's just like, God damn, dude. Like, what is this fucking bullshit? Like, God, Jesus. I'm, like, unsure as to what the term vibe coding actually means. So, basically, vibe coding is, like, it's just, like, you basically just have the AI make the fucking code for you, and in reality, like, you just feel like it's correct based off of, maybe not like feel like it's correct based off of coding just through the fucking prompts. Like, you just have a feeling it's correct, even though, like, it could be entirely and completely wrong. But basically, as just the simplest of gists possible, it's basically coding through the like ChatGPT or Claude or whatever the fuck.
Science and are essentially mandated to use it. This is something that we are seeing a lot in the workplace where people are told to use AI. And actually, I want to hear in the comments below, if you're in a job like that, what do you do for a living, and how are you being used to or told to use AI? Because it just it just feels like a way to try to inflate.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest here. Besides what David Dole is saying here, yes, it is essentially being used as a way to build up hype for a bunch of portfolios of a bunch of avaricious pedophilic dipshits. Okay, another affirmative position for AI. Okay, listen, because I'm not dishonest. I have principles in this. Is AI essentially used in order to accomplish a bunch of highly repetitive tasks? And Boy Meets Mini, you can fucking attest to this as well, right? We've talked about this before constantly. Can AI be essentially used in order to handle a bunch of highly fucking repetitive tasks that take a lot of time and is incredibly boring and fucking annoying to take care of? Yes. It can be. The problem is, right? Yes, and yes, if it does do those repetitive tasks wrong, that's on you. Yeah, exactly, Boy Meets Mini, right? However, the problem that, generally speaking, people are having with AI is the fact that people are primarily trying to use this as a replacement for, well, like, workers and whatnot. That's what people are the most fucking annoyed about, right? People are just like, dog, like, the labor market is already as fucking dog shit and terrible as it is right now. Now a bunch of these oligarchic, pedophilic fucking dumbasses are essentially trying to get rid of the process, like, once removed even further by trying to replace me with a fucking bunch of AI dog shit. Like, no, fuck that, bro. Absolutely the fuck not. And should we really blame anyone for being like, no, I genuinely speaking fucking refuse in order to be, like, replaced by, like, these dog shit fucking AI servers and whatnot. And I don't blame people for that whatsoever. In fact, I find that to be entirely fucking reasonable. Entirely. I don't blame them whatsoever. And, like, I'm gonna be honest here. Like, it makes sense to me. It checks out that a bunch of people are not going to be particularly happy about the fact that their jobs are being constantly replaced in an already incredibly uncertain, very, very terribly economic time that we currently find ourselves under. So yeah, I think being angry about this shit is highly fucking warranted. I totally empathize with that.
The bottom line of these big AI companies, when you have to force people to use something instead of them just naturally gravitating towards it, maybe it doesn't speak well of technology.
That's true.
I don't know. What are your thoughts on that? Also, a quote here from a University of Pennsylvania piece called "The Penn Has an AI Problem." Quote, AI cannot coexist with education. It can only degrade it. As technology advances and workers are replaced by machines, schools are some of the only places we have left to explore and wrestle with human thought. Also,
this is true, by the way. Like, I this is why, unironically, I do believe this, but, like, all of these motherfuckers want to use AI to replace humanity. Like, definitely. Like, unironically. And it's been being made extremely fucking clear by a bunch of these like tech bro oligarchic fucking dipshits that, and Peter Thiel has said this before, right? The I don't know, the purveyor of the Antichrist himself. He has made it extremely clear that, yeah, he's just like, yeah, I think like we need to replace humanity with AI. Specifically 80% of humanity is what he stipulated as. And it's just like, dog, you're expecting people to be down with the, I don't know, metaphorical fucking AI revolution based off of that? I think it makes perfect sense that people are going to be rather pissed with that, considering the fact that, oh, you keep constantly saying that you want to replace humanity with it, and that you essentially want AI to be used as a way to people, for people to waste their time, not like engaging with the broader world or socializing with fucking people around them. It makes perfect sense to me that people not going to be particularly happy about that.
They mentioned 44% of polled Gen Z workers said they're, quote, sabotaging their company's AI strategy in at least one way, from entering proprietary company information into chatbots to refusing to use AI tools outright. And that was a
that's crazy,
survey
dude.
commissioned by AI company writer and research firm Workplace Intelligence. So people are not only rejecting AI, they're actively trying to sabotage it. Let me know your thoughts on all of that.
That's fucking wild to me. I honestly, you know what? Good. I think this is promising, right? It shows to me, to be honest, that people are not willing to give up on the human experience, right? That people are not willing to give up on humanity. Like, I think this is a moment of hope, to be quite honest. Listen, everyone, we're taking the fucking hopium pill. We're taking our fucking hopium shots because people are saying that they are rejecting this like inhuman sort of like dog shit that's essentially trying to be forced upon them by a bunch of like broligarch fucking dipshits, these Epsteinites, these fucking pieces of dog shit. And are saying like we still believe in humanity, we still believe in the fucking human experience, and we value the fucking human experience. Listen, if anything, this just gives me a bunch of hope. I'm gonna be quite honest here, and I think it's a great thing to see, to be honest, that people are, broadly speaking, expressing the fact that they are not willing to give up on fucking humanity, and they are willing to still continue to try to fight the fact that, well, a bunch of like these fucking pieces of shit, these like inhuman fucking piles of garbage known as fucking tech oligarchs, essentially want to destroy humanity and the human experience for what exactly? Oh, so they can make an extra buck on like Epstein's fucking island or whatever the fuck. Like, it's terrible. These people are terrible. They are awful, and they should be treated in the way that they should be treated, and that is terribly, because these people are fucking terrible, right? I think it's a good thing that a lot of these like tech broligarch dipshits are having as hard of a time as possible trying to implement the AI fucking solutions and shit like that. I'm going to be quite honest, because fuck this stupid bullshit. Yes, there's useful applications for it. We're not going to fucking deny that whatsoever, but it's being made more and more clear, and more people are learning this, that AI is essentially being used in order to, well, let's just say, for lack of a better term, continue the suffering of a bunch of differing people all across the fucking world. For what exactly? Oh, so these guys can make a couple extra bucks from their, I don't know, Epsteinite fucking buddies at the top of the metaphorical fucking food chain. So as far as I'm concerned, it is a good thing that a lot of people are, broadly speaking, rejecting this AI fucking bullshit, and generally speaking, but are we back? I think we just had a small hiccup. Small hiccup. Refresh. Can we get a refresh? Refresh. I think we just had a small hiccup there with OBS. Small drop. It happens to the best of us. Refresh. Everyone needs to refresh. But we have returned with a V. What was it saying? Epsteinite buddy kept it repeating for me. Right. But yeah, these guys with like their Epsteinite fucking buddies. I think it's a good thing that people are, broadly speaking, not giving up on the human experience, and I think it is a good thing that people are pushing back against this like AI tech oligarch fucking bullshit. And I think there is certainly an opportunity here for this to essentially be a moment, perhaps, of the raising of class consciousness for the American people, which is a good fucking development. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. Okay. This is a lot. Okay. So we have to kind of come up with a little bit of a different system for our balancing of our fluids here. Okay, so we need a couple more of these to try to get as close to parity as possible. So 574 point that. It's not exactly correct, but that's fine. Yeah, it should be fine. 608. This is 574. It's a little overkill, but it's fine. Do a little this. Okay, so that's 638 plus 802. For the petroleum one, for petroleum cracking, that's going to have to be significantly higher. Okay, so this process makes a lot more petroleum gas than usual, but we need a lot of, obviously, light oil and not as much fucking heavy crude, obviously. So each one of these... needs to first get changed into this recipe. 114 each. 802 or 820 plus 638, so that's 1458. It's about 12 of these things. So that's really only 342. What if I cut out all the productivity modules? 450. Okay, cool. Let's take David off the fucking screen. Okay, so these are 750 now. So 300 each, 750. The amount of light oil cracking that is necessary for this thing is kind of insane, I'm not gonna lie. This is a lot of light oil cracking that we need. So a lot of foundations that we need. Of which we'll be running out of, which is not ideal. Though honestly, fuck it. Why don't I just put in a bunch of productivity modules anyways? Fuck it. Why not? 588. Each section adds 228. Probably need about 3 more of those segments. Okay, 22 is not enough. Damn, we need like 24. It's a lot. That is a lot of cracking in order to make sure that we keep parity. Still not enough, right? We need about 1480 something. So we do a quick little this. Light oil consumption. $820 plus 820 plus this 630. Yeah, we need one more. That should be about close enough. We're gonna have quite a lot of petroleum. 1380 from this plus this. It's about 2500 petroleum per second. That's pretty good. It's very good, actually. Might even use the inefficient petroleum recipes then for a lot of the fuel-based products that we're probably going to be making, I think. Considering that we're going to be making so much fucking petroleum, we might just do that. Okay. And now we have our petroleum, we got our heavy oil, we got our advanced oil processing going. Hooray for us. Very cool, very good. Had to work out the maths on all of this stuff. Oh, these two machines are not even fucking operating at the moment. That's a little awkward. Okay, let's just remedy that real quick. There we go. Need some more pipe. Lovely. Alright, that's this bit of the base done. Now it's time for the most annoying part. I mean, if we can also get plastic going, I suppose. Might as well. Get all the stuff that we can get done here before we have to go forward with making more shit. And to make plastic, it's chlorine and petroleum, which is pretty easy because we got plenty of petroleum. Not so much on the other stuff. But we have plenty of fucking petroleum, and we have not so much as much of the other shit. But that's kind of normal. Although eventually all this other shit will be allowed to fucking accumulate. Although, the problem is that since this is all fucking integrated in the way that it is, this will eventually stop. It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Whatever. I'm low on water? I don't make enough water for this stuff? How much water am I consuming? I, son of a bitch, don't make enough water. That's crazy. Okay. There we go. Because steam is not really a problem for us. Not really. If I really need to add more fucking steam, we can just, like, add another tranche of this shit. And it's not a fucking problem, to be honest. This is all, like, perfectly fine and integrated and shit, and will keep constantly going for the rest of fucking goddamn time. So, it's fine. I guess I'm low on fucking carbon, though. What the heck? Well, that's a bit of a problem if I'm low on carbon. I guess one is not enough. Okay, I'll come up with a solution to that problem. Let's just fucking yap about Charlie and whatnot. Hey, what's up, guys? It's me, Charlie, and I'm joining the crusade against AI data centers. That's pretty cool, guys. A terrible impression aside, but Charlie also coming out against AI data centers. Broadly speaking, coming with the, shall we say, rather reasonable understanding that most people have when it comes to, shall we say, all the weirdo charlatans and fucking freaks who essentially want to use AI for the express purpose of what exactly? Oh, essentially making everything... Really? I will take away your Putis privileges. I'll do it. I'll do it. I will kill you, metaphorically speaking. Not actually. What was I saying? Fuck you. Bastard. What was I saying again? Because I'm getting distracted with having to fix all these fucking goddamn belts. Yes, they are making everything putis. That's true. But yes, Charlie is also now joining in this crusade against AI data centers and whatnot, and is going after arguably one of Canada's worst cultural exports, aka Kevin O'Leary, that sniveling fucking loser and dipshit, who, from what I understand, has a big investment in a AI, I believe, firm? Not really a firm, right? Yeah, more like Kevin O'Dreary. Very, very, very funny, boy meets Minnie. You're hilarious. You're so funny. You're so funny. Besides the point, obviously. Kevin O'Leary is a ostensible little fucking miserable weirdo, and you should not like him all that much. Yeah, period, end of story. He's always on, like, Fox News, basically trying to bitch, moan, and complain about, I don't know, not being able to, shall we say, metaphorically rape the United States to death enough, shall we say, policy, which a lot of these like oligarchic weirdos, generally speaking, seem to have a big obsession about. They just want to cause a bunch of suffering. For what exactly? Meh, because broadly speaking, a lot of these like oligarchs really, really hate you. We've been seeing certainly a shift against AI data centers. People do not like this stuff. They do not trust AI data centers for good reasons, because of the fact that a lot of people are coming away with the understanding, shall we say, that this AI fucking bubble stuff is directly going to contribute to the worsening of their material fucking conditions. And a lot of people are going to start actively fighting back against this. And we've seen all of the videos, by the way, of these like the AI data center hums. Those things are going constantly and are incredibly unpleasant. So it makes a lot of sense, in my personal opinion, why there may be a lot of individuals out there who are not particularly big fans of all of this like AI data center like pushing for garbage, for lack of a better term. Why don't we take a look at this?
Kevin O'Leary has quickly become one of my least favorite people on this planet. He is unfathomably cringe, and yet he is still extremely vocal and can't
True.
stop chirping about his 40,000 acre data center in Utah. He's doing this nationwide humiliation ritual where he's going on like every platform imaginable, just be clowning himself publicly. He is an embarrassing specimen.
Guy, I'm already loving the energy of all this. I'm not gonna lie. This is great. This is fantastic. Listen, this is a Canadian who, generally speaking, deserves to be fucking shat on in this way. Kevin O'Dreary, Kevin O, I don't know, Weary. Kevin just pile of fucking dog shit and garbage. The only reason why he thinks he's like, I don't know, a bunch of hot shit in the way that he is because he was on fucking Shark Tank. Was it Shark Tank or something? I think it was Shark Tank. Yeah, he thinks he's like him or whatever the fuck because he was on Shark Tank or some shit. It's like, bro, no the fuck you're not. You're just like some fucking jabroni token Canadian that, I don't know, I guess the Americans felt bad for or some shit, so they decided to bring your fucking goofy head ass on in order to, I don't know, fulfill their diversity quotas or some shit. Go fuck yourself, Kevin.
He is a disgusting fungus worm man who can't help but yap and squeal about garbage that he is just truly clueless on. Like, he is actually an observably dumb person.
Real?
And he continues to try and LARP as an American, despite not even being a U.S. citizen. He is Canadian.
Real?
He has not even bothered to become a U.S. citizen, yet he's willing to go around...
Wait, is that actually true? Wait, has Kevin... Because Kevin O'Leary, every time... He's, like, on Fox News, like, all the fucking goddamn time to just, like, bitch, moan, and complain about, like, the leftists keep calling me a stinky, meanie poo-poo head because I'm such a fucking dumbass loser. But they just hate the fact that I'm so heckin' cool, epic, and bass. And I was on Shark Tank that one time. It's like, no, bro, no one fucking likes the way that you move because... Generally speaking, people think that you're like a miserable, ostensible little fucking weirdo. That's why people don't like your vibe or the way that you move, bro.
Preaching about American values and trying to, like, dictate how policy should be, singing the blues about, oh, this is so bad now, people don't support my 40,000 acre data center in Utah. Those aren't real Americans. Those aren't...
Which, by the way, I believe is the biggest one, I think, in America, which is not going to really produce all that many jobs, to be quite honest. Like, it's not great, folks.
Real patriots, those are Chinese spies. When he himself is not a fucking American. He is a fraud. This guy...
So, okay, just to add a little bit of detail here for Charlie specifically, what he's talking about specifically, and there is a Jesus Christ, there's a Majority Report segment about this, talking about the activists who are criticizing Kevin O'Leary for the fact that he is... pushing for this like AI data center fucking garbage as hard as he is, right? So he called a bunch of the activists that work locally within Utah. He's saying that they're a bunch of like Chinese fucking spies for the fact that they don't like his goofy looking head ass, essentially ruining their state for literally no fucking goddamn reason, except for just the express purpose of lining his fucking goddamn pocketbooks.
Is a actual miasma of cringe, filth, and greed. And also, he is a billionaire. Why hasn't he just done the $1 million enema infusion into Trump's butthole to get that nice golden toilet paper to be just a citizen through money? He hasn't even bothered to do that. Genuinely, I can't fucking stand this guy. He is just trying to pillage and loot this country through his projects, most notably his 40,000 acre data center that's being brute forced through in Utah. And he just recently went on a couple of platforms and continued to make a fool of himself, so I'm going to shoot spitballs at him now for that. This guy is just more fake than Kristi Noem's husband's tits. This guy, there's not a single genuine...
Dude, that's fucking awesome.
Real thing about him.
Elevate Strategies, also a cell operating inside of Utah. Gabby Finlayson. Gabby, what are you...
Okay, Kevin, what are you fucking doing? He did this on national television. He's on fucking Fox Business right now. Bro, why... First off, why is there a life-size cutout of yourself? First off, man, you're pretty fucking short. Damn, feel bad for you there. Not Short King. I'm taking away the Short King pass from fucking Kevin O'Leary. Bro, why the fuck are you dressed in fucking flip-flops with your fucking piggies out in a three-piece fucking suit? What are you doing? And it's like goofy fucking hat, which I think like says national security, like Utah national security or some shit. Like, bro, you're not fooling anyone with this like fucking like acting shtick. You look goofy, you look ridiculous, you look fucking stupid, bro.
What are you doing? And why? Who's paying you?
Well, hi, hello, it's me, Gabby Finlayson.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, who would
Those were the two activists, for example, that are, shall we say, giving a bunch of fucking bullshit to Kevin O'Leary for being like this miserable, ostensible weirdo. Again, like there's a whole Majority Report segment going into that specifically.
Want us to stop building our electrical grid. Which adversary would want that? There's only one. It's China. So what I think is happening, and I got my guys to go a deep dig into the IP addresses, and here's what we found out. This is fascinating.
Sure.
We found 2 cells inside of Utah. Elevate Strategies. Gabby Finlayson. Gabby, what are you doing? And why? Who's paying you? So what I'm doing right now is...
What's the evidence that they're getting fucking Chinese money? If they were Chinese, for example, and you got 2 IPs from within Utah or something, that would mean they're not fucking Chinese assets, you dim-witted motherfucker. I'm telling you, man, like, the current Epsteinite class of fucking billionaires, they are really fucking dumb, man. Like, these people are just incredibly, incredibly, incredibly dim-witted motherfuckers.
You're getting this data. I'm calling out Gabby, operating in Utah.
So, hi Kevin, we are Elevate Strategies. This is Utah. You might not know it because you're from Canada, where we live.
It irks me to no end. It is nails on a chalkboard painful listening to this slug man, Kevin O'Leary, utter the words "our." Having those words leave his filthy, corrupt, contaminated lips that are used solely to kiss ass drives me up the fucking wall. What do you mean our, Kevin? You're not American. Why are you saying our electrical grid? You are not on the team, bud. You're not even on the bench. You are not in this at all, Kevin. You can't speak.
Oh my god, bro is literally just laying into him saying, man, who invited my man Blood? Why does Blood think he's a part of the team?
For Americans, you aren't one. You don't even bother to try and become one either. It is a complete disregard for this nation. You use it solely to line your own pockets. You fucking suck, man. Now, he's trying to call out Elevate Strategies, which is an organization in Utah, and he's saying that they're actually Chinese spies, and he thought he had like this gotcha moment, this dunk where it's like calling one of them out by name Gabby. So come, Gabby, I'm shining a light here. Show yourself. And I guess he was expecting, you know, a fucking Chinese operative to step forward, or just complete radio silence and cricket, but what he got was the actual organizers here, Gabby herself, coming forward and talking about their goals and what they are doing in Utah as people that actually...
By the way, like, real quick, complete fucking backfire here from Kevin O'Binky, Kevin so fucking, Kevin O'Stinky, Kevin extremely dreary, very low IQ, stupid person. Listen, we're allowed to hate on this fucking fellow Canadian. Shut your goofy ass up, Alex. But, dude, like... Like, anytime I see Kevin O'Leary open his goofy looking head ass, open his dumbass fucking goofy mouth, you can just know that you're either probably just going to lose a bunch of brain cells, or generally speaking, your day is just going to be worse. He is a fucking weirdo. I don't even remember if he's in the fucking Epstein files, to be honest. Honestly, wouldn't put it past him. He would be the type of individual who would be in the Epstein files. Let's be honest here.
Actually live and work there. This isn't some fucking grand conspiracy to try and stop these benevolent saints from bestowing upon us plebeians the gift of data centers. We have so many data centers that are blowing up across the country. Well, not literally. Don't worry, BlackRock's already taken that into account. I yapped about that yesterday. I mean, like, this explosion of data centers being built. Like, they are pushing for data centers in every single location imaginable.
I believe there is about the U.S. I think has the most data centers on the planet, and I think it's at like. Correct me if I'm wrong, Boy Meets Minnie. It's like 4,000. Is it 4,000? I think it's 4,000. I'm not 100% certain though.
You'll probably find some data centers in your fucking thoughts, too. They're starting to put them there as well. Like, they're actually going everywhere. And we have the information from the data centers that have been operational for a while that it is a terrible deal for all the normal working people. The normal civilians get butt-fucked by this. Their energy bills go through the roof. They lose water quality. It's just a complete contamination to their way of life in their local communities.
Yes, these are the exact same things that I have also mentioned for as to why these fucking AI data centers just suck. It's worse for the environment. It's worse for the fucking water quality. It's worse for your fucking energy bills, especially considering the time that we're in right now in the, shall we say, war by the Epsteinite fucking class, who are essentially trying to do everything possible with their pedophilic, avaricious fucking dipshit buddies to essentially make the lives of average Americans significantly worse. For what reason exactly? Oh, because they want to line their fucking goddamn pockets with, like, disaster fucking capitalism bullshit. Like, you know, something Naomi Klein, or I think, was it Naomi Klein that wrote a book about this? I think it was Naomi Klein. Whatever. It's very, very obvious and fucking clear that the motherfuckers that are all raw for the data centers or whatever the fuck, it's clear that all these, like, pedophilic, avaricious fucking dipshits are doing this for one purpose and one purpose only, because they just want to make your life way more fucking miserable.
And again, it doesn't bring jobs. I've mentioned this a lot. I've yapped about this endlessly, especially over the last couple weeks. One of the biggest data centers...
I think, like, data centers, generally speaking, in terms of the investment required, the amount of jobs that it, generally speaking, takes away in comparison to that it creates, I think it's, like, a factor of at least, like, 10 to 1 or some shit in most cases. Like, sure, it makes a bunch of construction jobs, which is why there's been, like, generally speaking, a increase of construction jobs within the United States of America, given this failing, like, labor market that's happening within the United States at the moment. What if I were to fucking tell you that that's just not going to be, it's not going to be the case, permanently speaking, once these stupid fucking data centers get fucking built?
In this country only employs roughly 150 full-time employees, and normal average-sized data centers run as lean as 20 to 25 employees. They are not giving jobs to the community, so the community sees none of the upside. It doesn't benefit them in any way, shape, or form. I know I already mentioned it, but because of the huge energy demand for these data centers, it then inevitably has the consequence that all of the local community members have their energy bills fucking skyrocket, and of course there is the impact on water and all that. But then there's also something that's starting to develop now. It happened.
There's also all the fucking noise pollution that happens all the time. Those things are fucking loud. There are so many fucking clips from, like, More Perfect Union and a bunch of differing other, like, local reporters and whatnot of people talking about and just complaining about the fucking noise that's constant. The constant like the electric sound, basically, that's going on constantly with these fucking AI data centers, and everyone's just like, brother, like, I'm trying to, like, sleep and be at peace in my fucking goddamn home, and I keep having this, like, goofy, like, stupid-ass, like, AI data center shit just constantly ringing in my goddamn ears, just making my life significantly worse. Like, what the fuck is this shit?
And very recently, I talked about it yesterday, NV Energy, an energy supplier to Lake Tahoe residents, let them know that they're just not going to be giving power to the people anymore. They are now going to solely focus on delivering power to their local data centers. So now 50,000 residents in Lake Tahoe are now at a risk of not even having power because NV Energy just decided it's more lucrative to just solely work with AI and
you know, for all the, like, stupid motherfuckers who constantly like to soy the fuck out constantly over, I don't know, like communism, or like Cuba, for example, not having any fucking electricity because of the Trump administration basically doing the oil blockade on Cuba. No, none of these motherfuckers ever talk about this in particular. I wonder why that's the case. Makes you think, doesn't it?
Basically, fuck you to all of the actual human beings that rely on them for the energy to live. So now they have to try and scramble by 2027, only a year, to find a new power supplier to these 50,000 residents. It's actual insanity. Normal people do not want data centers, and they are doing all they can to fight back, albeit unsuccessfully because of the intense corruption, especially in like Utah, where 3 people, one of them even fighting for hell, saying for hell's sakes, grow up. People that are literally just going against the will of the people, deciding to brute force it through because they get some doubloons out of that deal most likely. However, I would like to highlight a successful one that has recently unfolded, where recently in Missouri, the council that pushed through a data center initiative, all of them got voted out in a landslide defeat, and now they're setting their sights on the mayor who allowed this to happen as well. This is exactly how it should be. If you are not going to actually represent the people in your community, if you are going to go against their interest in order for your own greed and exploitation, you lose your job. You lose that position. That's exactly how it should be. That's exactly what's happening in this Missouri community. So hats off to them, and I hope to see more of this shit continue. Anyway, back to clowning on Kevin O'Leary.
Before we get into anything too serious, this is the very scary, very intimidating man that is threatening us. We are not taking the criticism of anyone who is wearing flip-flops.
Yes, make fun of the fact that this guy is, again, wearing a 3-piece suit with his fucking piggies out in fucking flip-flops. Like, bro, what are you doing? Why are you dressed like this, man? Like, what the fuck?
And a suit on national television. You know, it's not every day you get called out by first and last name on Fox News by a Canadian billionaire trying to ruin my state, but here we are.
Kevin is such a quirk chungus Reddit loser. He's wearing pink flip-flops with his suit and a Utah national security hat, because he's cosplaying as this big rough and tough guy. It's like if you went into a character creator in a video game and intentionally tried to make the most insufferable looking asshole you could think of. And he also has a life-size cardboard cutout of him in the same room.
I want a forensic auditor who's funding their platforms. Who is it? So
Dude, like, honestly, like, trust me, if there's any way that you can just hate people like Kevin O'Leary, to be quite honest, is so fucking stupid. Or, not stupid, it's always fucking correct to hate on someone like Kevin O'Leary. Like, God, he's such a fucking miserable, ostensible little fucking freak, and I'm pretty sure, I'd have to double check this, but I feel like, I'm not sure though, I feel like does he show up in the fucking Epstein files? I know that, for example, the other person that Charlie also is clowning on is Eric Schmidt as well, with his like goofy AI sort of with his goofy sort of like AI commencement speech at that one University of Arizona, I think he was giving. He was also clowning on this guy, as one should. Always should fucking clown on these people. These fucking clowns, these dipshits. You should do anything possible to just shit on these people. But it's one of those situations where it's just like, from what I understand, with like Kevin O'Stinky over here, it's one of those situations where it's just like, you should do anything possible in order to just make his life more miserable. Just keep making fun of him. Keep bullying him. He fucking deserves it. He's like a miserable, like ostensible little fucking weirdo. And he is a genuinely like not very pleasant person to really be around, like, to be quite honest. So, you know, anything to, I don't know, shit on someone like Kevin O'Dreary over here should be done, basically.
They're proxies for the Chinese government's my argument, and if they're not, because I want them to be able to defend their name to Gabby, come out wherever you are.
Okay, Kevin, go ahead. Mr. Wonderful's Nancy Drew, little detective agency. Have at it, brother, because if we were Chinese operatives, we would be the worst operatives in the entire world. Someone alert Beijing that the payment portal to Jackie and I's Amex bills is somehow broken. As a reminder, we run Democratic campaigns in the state of Utah. If we were in this to be making money, we would be doing literally anything else. And you should know that because your job is to give small business owners and when we're talking about audits.
God, like... That's true. Yeah, they're fucking Democratic activists, dude, in Utah, man. In Utah, these motherfuckers aren't getting any resources from anybody. Like, why the fuck would the Chinese give these guys money? It's stupid.
Be auditing the Stratos Project. We should be auditing all of the politicians that, I don't know, do you have property surrounding the Stratos Project? Or maybe do you have interest that you were changing the laws before this was created? Hypothetically. We're just saying we should maybe look into people that stand to make hundreds of millions of dollars off this project.
Audit is a word that should be treated like Voldemort in Kevin's vocabulary. He should fear the word audit. Because if anyone actually gave a fuck about Kevin's business dealings, they would uncover some extremely shady shit, I imagine. The last thing he would want is any kind of auditing for his projects, like the 40,000 acre data center, the Stratos Project. He's trying so hard to use the worn out method of everyone who disagrees with my business practices is a spy or a terrorist. They're not real Americans. But it doesn't work, Kevin, because data centers are so unanimously hated by real people that actually live in these communities that you are infesting that this just doesn't fly. Because, again, average, ordinary people are directly impacted by this in a wildly negative fashion, and they do actually go out and try and fight against it. So when you, a foreign billionaire, come over and start stepping all over them, insulting them, and saying that they're not real Americans, they're being paid by China or being bussed in, and aren't actually representative of the real enthusiasm true Americans have around data centers, it just doesn't work. People see right...
And we've seen the polling on this, I believe. Polling on this, because Charlie is correct here, polling on this is really, really fucking bad in terms of the AI data centers. Nobody fucking likes these things. Broadly speaking, I think the consensus is, generally speaking, kind of agreed. That's funny, Boy Meets Smitty. He really is actually the Tom McDonald of billionaires. That's a great fucking point there. But generally speaking, it's been made very, very clear. The American people do not like these data fucking centers. Like, the polling on them is fucking terrible. Besides, again, all the noise pollution, all the fucking economic incentives that are not being brought out by these fucking AI data centers. Right? Everyone's gone through the learn to code fucking shit. And everyone, broadly speaking, understands that was a bunch of hooey, right? And they don't want to go through the exact same thing with all this, like, AI data center fucking bullshit, right? No one wants that. And all of the water impacts, environmental impacts, yada, yada, yada. There are so many fucking negatives, all for a bunch of, like, trillionaire wannabes and all these, like, too big to fail fucking corporations with all of their, like, billionaire, pedophilic, Epsteinite fucking buddies. Everyone, broadly speaking, understands what the point of this is. And is not having any of it. No one wants this. You can all cope and seethe, and I don't know, as far as I'm concerned, suck my fucking cock and balls.
Through the lie. He also just can't help himself but to go on this humiliation ritual where he makes it abundantly clear that he is just actually a stupid imbecile, like a bumbling moron.
True.
There's always this perception that if you have as much money as Kevin, you must be smart, but Kevin is doing everything he can to show that that's just not the case.
To stop advancement of technology with the uncertainty it brings has always been a dilemma in capitalism and in America, and it's a fair comment.
But how is this capitalism? If taxpayers are paying for some of it, how is that capitalism? That seems...
I think that's no different than building an apartment building downtown in Austin.
Oh, shut the fuck up, Kevin. Listen, this motherfucker loves to decry, like, the quote-unquote specter and the devil that is fucking socialism constantly over and over and over again, but loves it when he gets all those fucking taxpayer fucking subsidies for all the, like, stupid bullshit that he, generally speaking, pulls constantly. Like, shut the fuck up, you stupid bitch. You, in reality, actually love socialism. It's rugged individualism for the poor, but socialism for the fucking rich.
You can get incentives for that too, and that's just part of how it works. You can debate
How is that capitalism? How is that free market? If politicians are handing you other people's money to do it, how is that capitalism?
Well, capitalism is built into the Constitution, which I think was genius.
As I said, he's been going on like every platform imaginable, and every time he finds a way to look...
It's not even the fucking definition of fucking socialism or whatever. That's state capitalism, but whatever.
Dumber and dumber. So throughout this interview, he continues to, like, flounder. He was also then asked about, like, well, what jobs is it going to bring? Because Kevin keeps talking about the millions of jobs that this is going to bring. People just don't see the vision. And he couldn't actually name any jobs or actually explain that thought process of his. It also looks like he's fucking zooted out of his mind. Why does he keep zoning out? Is he blue screening in the brain? Is he seeing a ghost or, like, a big floating pair of titties? Like, what does Kevin keep
I have bad news for you, Charlie. Actually, no, this isn't bad news. I'm just going to say this. It's because Kevin O'Dreary's brain is, as one may expect, there's not a lot going on up there.
Looking off into? Is he that shy, maybe? I don't know. This guy just super sucks. And it's not just the AI data centers that he's doing his best to go to bat for and defend tooth and nail. He also just loves to go on and talk about, like, American policies and stuff, and his view on how that should be.
The problem with that sentiment is that you were born in 1954.
Yeah.
Okay. You're 71.
Yeah.
Right. In 1954.
By the way, I'm a vampire.
During your lifetime, we've actually had Brown v. Board of Education.
I remember.
Yeah, Brown v. Board of Education. I don't know how you remember. I think you're like 2 months old.
Wait, how the fuck would you remember that? Why the fuck would you remember that? Hello? How the fuck would he remember Brown v. Board of Education? What, was he on the front lines, I don't know, for, like, the KKK or something, trying to prevent, like, racial miscegenation within schooling in the United States of America or some shit? Like, does Kevin understand what Brown v. Board of Education was about? Does he? Wait, hold on. Wait, chat. Does he actually know? I don't think he knows.
Kevin can't help but perpetually interrupt when he's backed into a corner, which is always this guy. If he didn't have money, would.
Oh, which by the way, I'm gonna be honest here. That's how you know you're completely fucking getting rhetorically owned in a fucking debate. If you constantly have to interrupt all the fucking goddamn time. I'm just gonna throw that out real quick.
Been the kind of douchebag, the kind of dweeb that just gets shoved into lockers. So he tried to pretend he knew what Brown v. Board of Education was. He's like, oh yes, I actually remember that very, very vividly, in fact. And the guy there's like, no, you definitely don't. You would have been 2 months old. And also, you're not American. Kevin, you're not American. You wouldn't know anything about what he's describing here or what he's going over. I know you've never opened up.
Fucking I know more about what Brown v. Board of Education. If I recall correctly, that's the one that was about racial miscegenation within fucking schools, or not racial miscegenation within schools. That's I keep mixing. I think I'm mixing up Loving v. Virginia and Brown v. Board of Education. Yes, that's for racial miscegenation in schools. Yes. I fucking know this shit more, okay? And I'm a fucking Canadian. Like, yes, racial desegregation in schools. Yes. That's what that was about, Kevin. But I don't think. Okay, I'm going to throw this out here. We're going to be a little dishonest because I don't give a fuck about Kevin O'Leary's feelings. I feel like Kevin O'Leary would be the type of guy who would have a problem with racial integration in schools. I'm just going to throw that out there.
Up a fucking American history book. You don't have a clue what he's talking about, but he likes to pretend. He's a LARPer. He is a full-blown red alert LARPer. It's all he fucking does. Well, to be fair, I guess it's not all he does. He also can't help but constantly remind people that he was in Marty Supreme. That's what you heard right there where he said, I'm a vampire, by the way. That's a reference to one of his character's lines from that film where he plays a villain. It's like the only thing Kevin...
What the He was in Marty Supreme... Really? I didn't even know that. Okay. Whatever.
Done in recent memory where there was any level of praise for his work. So he's still riding that high, and he will not let people forget the vampire line from his Marty Supreme debut. It's actually a SpongeBob the ripped pants moment. He just keeps doing it. I ripped my pants. I'm a vampire. Fucking loser, man. I hate Kevin O'Leary. Anyway, I'll stop yapping about it. He just goes on to keep embarrassing himself every time he does one of these shows. It is indefensible what he is doing in Utah with a 40,000 acre data center. This guy sucks major ass. Fuck you, Kevin O'Leary. That's really about it. See ya.
True. Everything that Charlie's saying there, broadly speaking, is correct. Yes. You should shit on Kevin O'Leary. He is one of the worst fucking exports of Canadian culture, I suppose, for lack of a better term. But would you believe it if there was a fucking dumbass who decided to defend Kevin O'Leary, of all fucking people? Hi, Tactical Templar, you fat crusading LARPer, fucking lolly enthusiast over here. Quick reminder, Tactical Templar was also the exact same dude who was like moaning in a fucking VTuber's chat live on stream to some fucking lolly VTuber, and with this like chat, quote unquote, telling him to Templar, you gotta hold back, buddy. You know you're gonna be too aggressive on the fucking lolicon VTuber. Well, not lolicon, lolly VTuber. It's not accurate to call him a lolicon. There's no evidence to say that VTuber was a fucking lolicon. Just to put that out real quick. So. Fucking Tactical Templar, a same dude who also says that there is no problem with fucking marital rape. This like genuine like fat slob, this fucking loser, this like I don't know, like platonic ideal of what a fucking Redditor would look like. Tactical Templar, I guess, also has his own 2 cents to talk about fucking AI data centers and criticizing Charlie for I don't know, just basically dunking on Kevin O'Leary for being such an unlikable, unfuckable fucking loser.
Brothers, and of course, a super chat comes in right as I start the video.
Wine once in a while is okay, but I would advise anyone alcohol should not play a role in your life if you want a long one.
That's true, and Renal MD is our resident doctor in chat. And that is true. However, if you want to be able to get through a Moist Critical video like the one we're going to watch, you may need to drink copious amounts of alcohol. I'm going to tell you guys something that you may...
I don't know, buddy. I would basically do the same, like a fucking Uno reverse card on you, buddy. Like, I'm going to be honest here. I'm probably going to want to metaphorically blow my brains out.
Not know. I think Moist Critical's so-called popularity, I think it is the most artificial thing on the internet. Moist Critical is hated by most people. They recognize that he is a modern...
By who? How many... Charlie has 18 million subscribers on YouTube, and he's only been constantly growing. Are you sure he's hated? Unlike your goofy-looking head ass, which barely fucking, I don't know, got over fucking 30,000 subscribers, and I highly doubt you hit triple digits on most of your fucking dogshit videos. Yikes. 30k subscribers, you barely hit like 1,000 views on most of your videos. Do you really want to make this quote unquote popularity argument against fucking Moist Critical of all people?
He is a modern day Redditor. He gives a monotone speech.
That is very fucking funny coming from your goofy looking head ass. That's incredible, bro.
He delivers information that is the most obnoxious. Like, okay, what does Blue Sky think today? He is a far left regressive. He's an embarrassment. He's wrong about most of the things that he says. And what he chooses to cover.
Far left regressive in comparison to this fucking fat crusader LARPing, like, pro-marital rape fucking dipshit over here. Okay, bro.
And when he chooses not to cover, speaks volumes. For example, Moist Critical will do 10 videos on the Trump phone. And by the way, we're going to cover him covering the Trump phone because originally in his first video, Moist Critical said that he didn't really buy the Trump phone. He didn't pre-order it. But then apparently something changed and then he did pre-order it.
Wait, that's like, isn't that like a constant thing in Charlie's content? That he covers fucking scams consistently, especially online fucking scams. That he has done this before. He's also covered the Stale 2000 fucking scam as well. When Stale 2000, aka the LSF's fucking resident DGGer, basically tried to scam a bunch of people out of a bunch of money, or rather, joined some organization that was basically scamming a bunch of people out of a bunch of money, basically, for lack of a better term, with some integration between LSF and also some like not VTuber, some like streamer sort of like competition thing or something.
Okay, but Moist Critical is basically the political content creator equivalent of Reddit or Blue Sky. It is.
Wait, Charlie's a fucking Okay. Hold on. He's a political content creator, eh? Why don't we just take a look through all of this, right? Sure, fuck it. Cringe influencer. That's not really politics. This can be political, sure. When will it stop? Not really sure what that's about. Crowd appears to be pepper sprayed at... I think this might just be some like culture thing over here. This is politics. Here's something about Jack Dorothy, culture again. This might be political or something. He covers, basically what I'm doing here, for example, is he covers a rather wide variety of fucking topics. He's like a normie streamer. Like, here's him fucking ranking every Panda Express item menu or menu item or something. Like, or he covers a bunch of scams. He covers scams. He covers a bunch of fucking various bullshit, right? Like, he's not really a political content creator. That's fucking silly.
A poorly thought out, poorly informed, knee-jerk, just low IQ content delivered in the most monotonous, repetitive way. And this guy has these, moral declarations, but the guy isn't moral. The guy lost a debate with Sneeko, where Moist Critical.
Wait, you unironically believe that fucking Moist Critical lost that fucking Sneeko debate, where Sneeko unironically admitted to, if I recall correctly, in that fucking goddamn debate, Sneeko unironically admitted to being a fucking, engaging in like some rather sussy, lascivious fucking actions there. But then again, Tactical Templar is okay with that because it's the same motherfucker who went into some fucking VTuber's chat whose model looked like a fucking lolly, and he started moaning into the fucking goddamn microphone.
Argue that a 9-year-old and their family should be able to consent to life-changing, life-altering surgery, both chemically and physically. Now, the reason...
I remember watching that debate. No, Charlie did not fucking say that. He was mostly talking about how kids should be allowed to socially transition. Nothing about fucking medical procedures. I think the only mentioning as to where medical procedures got mentioned was if in extreme fucking circumstances that it is necessary for them to get a medical procedure, then they should get that medical procedure for the survival of the fucking kid. And I know that words are like very difficult things for you to understand, Tactical Templar, because you're not very bright. He said in extreme circumstances, as in it doesn't really happen all that often.
The reason that Moist Critical said that in the debate is because That's what Moist Critical thought was the normal mainstream opinion, and he got absolutely ass blasted for that.
That's not the normal mainstream fucking opinion. That's just like the opinion that's agreed upon by fucking doctors. But then again, this anti-intellectual fucking dipshit has to say that the opinion of doctors is the quote-unquote mainstream opinion because he's a pseudo-intellectual fucking hack.
Moist Critical is ever the conformist, and he thinks that the popular thing to say is Trump bad. Trump bad, Trump's idea is bad because he gets his information from CoffeeZilla, from Reddit, and Blue Sky, and it is the most insufferable commentary since the song Piker. You don't believe me? You think I'm wrong? You think I'm joshing you? Prepare.
Buddy, if I were to go through more and more of your fucking goddamn videos, I can guarantee you it would be nothing but the exact same boilerplate, like, dog shit, right-wing fucking slop, just complete fucking sloppulous dreck that I hear from fucking Asmongold or fucking Tectone, which you fucking idolize and orbit around.
Fathomably cringe, and yet he is still extremely vocal and can't stop chirping about his 40,000 acre data center in Utah.
By the way, we're gonna talk about that. Moist Critical, because he's a fucking idiot, he has an issue with Kevin O'Leary, and we're gonna discuss that in this video because Moist Critical, like everything else he talks about in terms of politics, he gets absolutely fucking wrong. And there is another channel going through and debunking all of the like low IQ Reddit lies about Kevin O'Leary and his data center that we're gonna look at.
He's doing this nationwide humiliation ritual where he's going on like every platform imaginable, just be clowning himself publicly. He is an embarrassing specimen. He is a disgusting fungus worm man who can't help but yap and squeal about garbage that he is just truly clueless on. Like, he is actually an observably dumb person.
True.
Yeah, he's a more successful businessman than you. He's more famous than you. And you're, oh, he's dumb, he's a worm, he's a...
Are you sure? Are you really sure that Kevin O'Leary is as famous for really good reasons? They're Tactical Templar. There's a reason why he constantly goes on Fox News of all places to just constantly bitch, moan, and fucking complain, buddy. He's not really famous for good reasons. If anything, Kevin O'Leary, broadly speaking, will be remembered for being like an insufferable, fucking miserable wretch, just like you.
No, Charlie, you're a fucking worm. You are a greasy, degenerate, left-wing lowlife that exists in this weird bubble.
Fucking says the dude who unironically LARPs as a fucking goddamn Catholic crusader. You're calling fucking Charlie a degenerate fucking lowlife when, trust me, I can only assume what your goofy looking head ass looks like.
Where apparently everyone's kissing your ass and nobody tells you the truth. Like, you are the anti-Asmongold. It's crazy. Your content is so boring.
Bro, yeah, that reminds me. He's a fucking Asmongold simp who unironically has roaches crawling on him and is the embodiment of his house, rather, is a part of Nurgle's garden made manifest in the materium.
And droll, and just dripping with misinformation that you speak with conviction, yet with no passion, no energy. Hey guys, Moist Critical here. Man, can you believe this worm Kevin O'Leary is talking about his data center again? I'm against data center because BB No Money and other people said data centers are bad, so then I'm just going to say that data centers are bad. By the way, I got a couple clips that basically debunk this idiot's...
Jesus Christ, man. Like, I'm Tactical Templar. I don't have an original thought in my fucking brain. I get all my fucking mentally retarded fucking slop from only Asmongold and fucking Tectone, who I orbit around, because otherwise I'm like so much of a fucking impersonable fucking weirdo. I'm Tactical Templar. I want to rape my spouse.
Entire argument against data centers. You know, this guy doesn't do any research. He doesn't pull up any statistics.
Okay, like, you keep saying that there's, like, this one clip that fucking debunks, quote-unquote, the entirety of the fucking argument. I think I know what he's specifically talking about here. I think I know what clip he's going to go over. From Twitter? From some guy, I think, called Quick Thoughts, I believe. Because is there some misinformation that's going around fucking Kevin O'Leary's data center specifically? Yeah, sure, you can make that fucking argument, you can make that fucking claim, right? In terms of how like the county politics necessarily work around that whole sort of shtick. The overall points that Charlie is bringing up in terms of the vast majority of fucking data centers remains fucking true. Most data centers, for the most part, are not net job fucking creators. They are not. They are making a bunch of jobs, for example, when the construction of the sort of operation happens. That's true. That's a factual statement. But then as soon as the fucking construction of all that stuff is essentially finished, because eventually, you know, you built the data center, it's done being built, yada yada yada. Those jobs instantaneously fucking disappear. And in most of these fucking data centers, there's not that many people that are being hired into those fucking positions. And that's just a fact.
Pull up any stats, doesn't have anything to back up what he says, because when you are a Reddit tier, you know, the sort of like garbage tier Reddit tier atheist that we criticize all the time, you don't.
Didn't Charlie unironically bring up the amount of jobs that most of these fucking data centers create? Like, what the fuck are you... I mean, so far, Tactical Templar has, again, he said that there's, like, some fucking clip that inherently and epically debunks what Charlie is saying. It's like, okay, well, like, we're 5 minutes into the video already, and he's brought up none of it yet. Like, where's the fucking epic debunking, bro? So far, you're just bitching, moaning, and complaining.
You don't need facts and evidence, you just need to say the thing that everyone believes, and then they'll never question you. Right, Charlie? Right?
And he continues to try and LARP as an American, despite not even being a U.S. citizen. He is Canadian. He has not even bothered to become a U.S.
Okay, like, but he loves this country? So, hey guys, he's a Canadian.
Whoa. Well, Tactical Templar, what happens if there was a Somali who fucking loves America and American culture? Well, that's a little interesting, though, isn't it? I wonder why Tactical Templar may be saying this in particular. Very, very interesting. Maybe something about Kevin O'Leary's fucking skin color makes it such that, I don't know, he has preferential treatment towards him.
But he loves America, and he likes capitalism. Oh no, he's not even a Canadian. He's not even an American, he's a Canadian. Who the fuck cares? Maybe we'll make him an honorary American just for you.
Citizen. Yet he's willing to go around preaching about American values and trying to, like, dictate how policy should be.
Yeah, because as we know, American values stick strictly to the land itself. It can't be that he agrees with America's values more than the Canadian values. No.
That is very interesting of you to fucking say that, Tactical Templar. Now, would you say the exact same thing about, say, Somali immigrants within Minnesota? Would you say this about a bunch of differing fucking migrants within differing parts of minority communities within the United States of America? No, because you don't actually fucking believe in any of this stuff, because you're an idiotic fucking dumbass grifter.
If he's from Canada, if you're from a place, you have to agree with the stuff from that place, and you can't like the way that another country does it better. You can't adopt another place as your home. The guy
This is incredible that this fucking stupid moron is fucking saying this shit. Incredible. Like, unironically, just flips on a dime instantly for his supposed fucking principles and beliefs. Instantly. Just because Kevin O'Leary's a fucking billionaire that he can bootlick, and he can do his, like, attempted dogshit dunkery doos on fucking Charlie. It's fucking pathetic, dude. Templar, you're a grifter. You're just doing this because you have a fucking, like, 3 IQ audience that you need to, I suppose, for lack of a better term, satiate. Stupid.
He's made his career in America with Shark Tank and these other shows. He has business dealings here. But no.
So does Charlie, you stupid motherfucker. Hello?
Because this greasy-haired, homunculus hermit shut-in has determined it, Kevin O'Leary can't demonstrate any love or appreciation for America.
He's singing the blues about, oh, this is so bad now, people don't support my 40,000-acre data center in Utah. Those aren't real Americans. Those aren't real patriots. Those are Chinese spies. When he himself is not a fucking American. He is a fraud. This guy is a actual miasma of cringe, filth, and greed.
Real?
Boy, you are a miasma of cringe, filth, and grease.
And also...
A good one. Fucking good one, you fucking LARPing Black Templar. Like, what the fuck are we doing here? What, you didn't like the fucking Black Templars? You're so fucking racist that you had to make your, like, a Space Marine LARP armor white with a bunch of Jerusalem fucking crosses on there instead because you're too much of a fucking stupid dipshit to go along with the full LARP of the Black Templars from fucking 40K? Weak. This is fucking pathetic, man.
He is a billionaire. Why hasn't he just done the $1 million enema infusion into Trump's butthole to get that nice golden toilet paper to be just a citizen through money? He hasn't even...
Because it's not citizenship. You fucking troglodyte.
Didn't Trump unironically said that the gold card is unironically, like, a pathway to citizenship, right? Like, yeah. So it's not? So Trump lied? Okay.
That's not a pathway to citizenship. What the f...
bother to do that? Genuinely, I can't fucking stand it.
It's not citizenship.
Okay, so then what, like, okay, how is it not citizenship then? Because Trump has stipulated before that the gold cards are similar to that of fucking, not green cards, but essentially it is a way to gain fucking citizenship through paying money, Templar. Wait, does he not know? Does he just not know? I don't think he knows, guys.
You fucking idiot. The gold card oh my gosh.
Okay.
U.S. residency, you fucking homunculus. Not citizenship. He has U.S. residency. Like, did you read this, Charlie?
Okay, who wants to make a bet, for example, okay? Real quick. Besides the, like, soy screaming that this motherfucker is going to do, right? Green cards also fucking provide residency, right? Exact same fucking shit, right? Does Tactical Templar know about this? And that most of the people that get fucking deported are people who fucking hold green cards within America? Does he know this? No, he doesn't know this. Because he's actually okay with that. Because, again, okay, then by this fucking argument then, alright, sure. By this fucking goddamn argument, if Kevin O'Leary were to hypothetically buy the fucking gold card, he should be also okay with people staying in the country who also have green cards, right? It's just acquiring the instead of like paying for the card, paying the $1 million for the gold card, you go through a immigration process. There's a bunch of like paperwork you fill out in order to get that fucking permanent residency within the United States of America. Like, that's how that fucking works, for example, right? Like, you get the green card, and that's how you get citizenship. That's the idea. Residency is similar to that of citizenship. Does he just not know this? Does he just not know this? I don't think he knows this, guys.
Charlie, did you fucking read this? It's not U.S. citizenship, it's residency. Meaning, it's like a green card, but it's gold. It's so corporations can pay to bring people in at $1 million apiece. He doesn't need to do that. He's already a resident in the United States. Because he's a celebrity, and he's a businessman, and he's investing in the U.S.
Infusion into Trump's butthole to get that nice.
Very, very fucking stupid. Like, I don't even like what is there to really say here? Like, basically nothing has been brought up. This is incredible to me, dude.
Golden toilet paper to on a couple of platforms and continued to make a fool of himself, so I'm going to shoot spitballs at him now for that. This guy,
you're going to embarrass yourself as always.
Guy is just more fake than Christy Gnome's husband's tits. This guy, there's not a single genuine real thing about him.
Elevate Strategies, also a cell operating inside Utah. Gabby Finlayson. Gabby, what are you doing? And who's paying you?
Well, hi, hello, it's me, Gabby Finlayson.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, who would want us to stop building our electrical grid? Which adversary would want that? There's only one. It's China. So what I think is happening, I got my guys to go a deep dig into the IP addresses, and here's what we found out. We found 2 cells inside of Utah. Elevate Strategies. Gabby Finlayson. Gabby, what are you doing? And who's paying you? So what I'm doing right now is after getting this data, I'm calling out Gabby, operating in Utah.
So, hi, Kevin. We are Elevate Strategies. This is Utah. You might not know it because you're from Canada, where we live.
It irks me to no end. It is nails on a chalkboard painful listening to this slug man, Kevin O'Leary, utter the words "our." Having those words leave his filthy, corrupt, contaminated lips that are used.
Oh my god, this is so cringe. This is so embarrassing. Moist Critical pretending that he actually likes or cares about America is wild.
Solely to kiss ass.
I don't know, he seems to like America more than your goofy-looking head ass, who seems to be okay with the current pillaging and rape that is happening in the fucking country. Again, do we need to go through this by policy? We can fucking do this, Tactical Templar, okay? I know that your goofy-looking head ass that barely understands any of these fucking concepts, or understands any of the fucking policies that are essentially being enacted to as the rape of fucking America, which the billionaire class has, broadly speaking, acknowledged is now going to be the main thing that's happening within the fucking goddamn country. But sure, let's talk about it, right? Besides the weakening of the fucking labor market, the increase of fucking goddamn gas prices, which are only going further up and up because of the LARP crusade that Pete Hegseth is basically going on within Iran at the moment. Gas prices are significantly worse for your average fucking Americans as a byproduct of that specifically. If we want to also just quickly mention as well how the labor market is fucking weakening. Jobs are terrible. The tariffs are still being put in place at this current, or are still put in place in this particular fucking juncture, and has caused a price increases and inflation to go up within America. How about we also talk about how tourism within the United States of America is gone down fucking significantly as well, because no one wants to come to the country because they may get potentially randomly detained by ICE for some fucking goddamn reason. But is Tactical Templar, his goofy looking head ass, going to mention any of this stuff? No. And there are tons of other things that can be mentioned as well. People being behind on their not payday loans, but their car payment loans. People being behind on their mortgage payments. People understanding that the affordability of groceries and gas at the fucking pumps is going up and up and up. You don't give a fuck about average fucking Americans? Because at the very least, Charlie will talk about those issues. He cares a significant amount more in comparison to your goofy-looking head ass who will do anything possible to defend these Epsteinite fucking billionaire dumbasses.
Drives me up the fucking wall. You fucking suck, man. Now, he's trying to call out Elevate Strategies, which is an organization in Utah, and he's saying that they're actually Chinese spies, and he thought he had, like, this...
Look at this fucking troglodyte trying to do anything possible to, like, skip through. It's like, brother, are you, like, too much for, like, a stupid-ass little pussy to fucking listen to the goddamn video? Like, are you just that much of a fucking stupid little bitch? Are you not even gonna say anything? He's not gonna fucking say anything. He's just, like... Do you have any, like, argue, make an argument, make a fucking affirmative, like, I don't know, a case for your position, Tactical Templar. I thought you had the capability of being able to debate, or are you too fucking stupid to even be able to do that? Yeah, that's a good point there, Clay. People are going to pawn shops, they're going to predatory payday loan lenders. Like, the economic conditions within the United States of America are becoming significantly worse and worse and worse by the fucking day. But do you think Tactical Templar fucking gives a shit about any of that stuff? No, because he's too much of a fat LARPing fucking dipshit in order to, like, even just understand the basics of the struggles that the American people go through on a daily basis.
The moment this dunk where it's like calling one of them out by name Gabby. So come Gabby, I'm shining a light here. Show yourself. And I guess he was expecting, you know, a fucking Chinese operative to step forward or just complete radio silence and crickets.
And you know Charlie, you know how you know Charlie is like a low IQ idiot? Charlie thinks that because Kevin O'Leary said that they're being funded by China, this guy is such a fucking retard. He thinks that Kevin O'Leary said these people are funded by Chinese entities, that it must...
Templar, are you fucking stupid? Then why the fuck would he call them Chinese spies? Why the fuck would he have a bunch of people privately try to investigate them? If he didn't think they were being paid, he was there. The activists there were being paid off by the Chinese. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, Jesus Christ. Like, holy shit, God, he's so fucking dumb, man. Like, my God.
Must mean that the people receiving the money are Chinese.
Wait, what the fuck is this a fucking argument again? Even, like, this fucking, like, troglodyte is yelling about?
Fucking retard. He thinks that Kevin O'Leary said these people are funded by Chinese entities. Then it must mean that the people receiving the money are Chinese.
Oh my God. No, you fuck. Oh my God, he's so stupid. He's unironically, like, the dumbest motherfucker. Yeah, first off, Charlie never said that. It was Kevin O'Leary who thinks that they're getting paid off by China because he thinks that the activist groups who are trying to stop him from building his dumbass data center that he wants to, I don't know, use as an excuse to continue the pillage and rape of America, which you seem to be okay with, are Chinese fucking assets. That's what he's essentially saying there. So by that fucking logic, yeah, Kevin O'Leary probably thinks that the activists there who are making fun of him for his dumbass fucking AI fucking data center, right? He probably thinks that they're being paid off by China. That's what's being implied there, Templar. Guys, do you think that Templar knows? Does he know? Does he really fucking know? I don't think he knows, guys.
Charlie, you fucking idiot! That's not what that means. Chinese interests can absolutely funnel money into these little operations that are run by Cindy Lou Who, who's white as the wind-driven snow, or into things like Black Lives Matter. It does not mean that the person...
Black Lives Matter got fucking money from the CCP? Dude, that's fucking awesome. He's so fucking stupid, man. Yeah, man. Fucking the CCP, very, very well known for being, I don't know, for racial emancipation within the United States of America. What's up, Mr. Joshua Gray? How's it going, buddy?
person receiving the money is Chinese. Kevin O'Leary is apparently smart enough to be able to say, well, you know, it looks like China is funding money into this because they want to. They want to be able to create a monopoly on AI.
Gray.
And Charlie here, this absolute drooling, greasy idiot, this left-wing blue sky abomination, this guy thinks...
Yeah, known fucking blue sky enthusiast. Okay, Tactical Templar, there's there's a bit of a problem with trying to use fucking blue sky as like a thought-terminating cliche. Does Charlie even have a blue sky? Like... I'm gonna make sure that when I release this video, I'm gonna have my blue sky, which all I basically use for is for self-promo. I fucking hate that platform. It's such a terrible, terrible dog shit fucking platform. Basically a fucking hug box. I'm gonna make sure that I have multiple instances of the blue sky appearing on the on the fucking YouTube video when I release this shit. Oh my lord. Oh, Charlie doesn't even have a blue sky. Templar, you're so fucking... He's so fucking dumb, man.
Well, he said China, so he must have thought that they were sending it to the Chinese. Charlie, that may be one of the dumbest things you've ever said.
Oh, my lord.
The CCP funds shit all over the place, not just to people who are Chinese. You can be a spy for China and not be Chinese. Oh, my...
That's not what... He never said that, by the way. That's what Kevin O'Leary said, you fucking moron. Jesus Christ, this is incredible. He's so fucking stupid. You have a good one, Joshua Gray. Thanks for stopping by, bud.
My gosh. But anyway, this cocksucker, this transing kids enthusiast, apparently didn't get the fucking memo about the data centers. So this guy here did a pretty interesting video going over the lies about Kevin O'Leary's data facility.
An intriguing question. What if you give me 40,000 acres of untaxed land twice the size of Manhattan for a data center that will use more power than the entirety of Utah currently, raise nighttime temperatures by 26 degrees, threaten the local ecosystem, and in return, I'll provide enough jobs to raise the total job pool in Utah by 0.07%. What do you say, Utah?
First, landowners are selling or...
Yeah, it's not exactly how that works. It's based off of per county, for example, if I recall correctly.
Their land to the project. It's not being given. Second, it doesn't make sense to think about percentage change in employment across the whole state. The data center is not being built across the whole state. It's being built in Box Elder County, Utah. Population 65,000. If half of the population has a job, then we aren't talking about 0.07% of a change in employment. We're talking about plus 7% employment because the project is expected to bring in 2,000 permanent jobs at completion. Third, jobs aren't the only thing. In terms of taxes, the project is expected to bring in 30 million.
The question, obviously, is it actually going to bring in 2,000 jobs at fucking completion? Considering the fact that this is the biggest sort of data center, for example, then, yeah, maybe perhaps it will bring in 2,000 jobs within... permanently within the county that's where it's being built in specifically, right? I don't think Quick Thoughts here in particular really talks about the environmental issues that a lot of the activists are having concerns about, but whatever, that's a differing story. It mostly talks about like the potential for economic productivity. The question is Kevin O'Leary, with a lot of these like documents that his company and his corporation basically put out, is he entirely telling the truth here? That's ultimately the fucking question, right? Ultimately the fucking question.
$1 annually for Box Elder County in the first...
Wait a minute, $30 million? No, Moist Critical said that this would be taking jobs and taking money away. No! You mean to tell me that Moist Critical came out...
We saw the fucking video on this. I don't think Moist Critical ever said anything about it taking money away. He talked about how there's not going to be, generally speaking, he talked about like... in a general sense, because we've seen the video, Templar. If you ever see this one, you can probably take a look through the entirety of Charlie's video to take a listen to the actual positions that Charlie has. He was talking about how, generally speaking, most AI data centers don't really produce that many jobs in comparison to what it overall takes away from other sectors of the U.S. economy.
And confidently and definitively stomped his feet, said this, hey guys, Moist Critical here, can you believe this worm this guy doesn't care about America? Apparently he's created more jobs than you, Charlie. He's creating more jobs than you. Apparently, he wants to.
Yeah, job creators, very well known for being the most contributing members of fucking society. Okay, bro.
Give this small town. He wants to give them $30 million. Sounds pretty good.
And more than $100 million annually.
He's not, like, that's not coming out of Kevin O'Leary, you fucking dumbass. Like, stupid. Stupid.
At full build out. And that's for Box Elder County specifically. There's also money up to the state for the media program, but this is 100.
Wait, I thought it was $30 million. Also, like, the problem that I inherently have with this sort of like individual what Quick Thoughts is saying here is that, again, it's supposedly supposed to be producing that much. We don't really know if that's the case. I think statistically speaking, most of the AI data centers that have sprouted up all across the United States of America have basically objectively failed to deliver in terms of a lot of its in terms of a lot of its promises, in terms of, like, say, annual income and also jobs as well. Yeah, if he would act, like, that's true, they're saying. His cognitive dissonance would explode if he was capable of listening. But then again, a tactical Templar is too much, I don't know, he's either thinking too much about fucking marital rape or fucking lolly or some shit.
$1 billion annually at full build out to Box Elder County. 2026 budget summary for Box Elder County showed
Kevin O'Leary, Elon Musk, Donald Trump are doers and creators of jobs and progress, as opposed to people who just jawbone and create nothing in life.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the very generous donation.
Doesn't Charlie own like multiple fucking like businesses or some shit? Like small businesses as like a YouTube, whatever. I don't think this motherfucker cares.
MD, you're absolutely right. Yeah, there are doers. There are people that build.
Also, by the way, Donald Trump has constantly talked about how he's going to be the guy who brings back U.S. manufacturing. And if we look at the fucking statistics, like, U.S. manufacturing has plummeted off of a fucking cliff. Every time Donald Trump was in any of his terms of office, it has plummeted off of a fucking cliff. Yeah, he's got a... Yes, that's a great point there, Boydsman. Yeah, he's got a soap line, comic book series. He's done esports. Like, by your fucking logic here, Tactical Templar, guess what? Charlie has probably made a bunch of fucking goddamn jobs. So, like, what's up? What's up?
Make companies. I'm not saying that Kevin O'Leary is the exemplar of morality or anything like that. You know, there's a reason.
Okay, buddy.
Why he's considered like the bad guy on Shark Tank, but the fact is that he's a...
No, he's considered the bad guy on Shark Tank because he's just like a like incredibly impersonable, like ostensible weirdo. Like, that's the problem with Kevin O'Leary. People just don't like his personality. He's a fucking asshole. He's a incredibly fucking snooty prick, which I guess you gravitate towards because you're, I don't know, like a wannabe fucking prick yourself or something. Like, I don't know why he's gravitating towards him so much. It's very, very strange.
A shrewd businessman. He's a smart guy. And for Moist Critical to come out like that, when he just doesn't know anything, but he speaks with such confidence. It's crazy.
Fucking says Tactical fucking Templar of all people.
And this guy, the more political he gets, the more left-wing he gets, the more embarrassing he becomes. You know, the thing is, it's wild to me how this guy has people thinking that he's not political. He's one of the most political content creators on the YouTube system.
Bro, we've taken a look through his fucking platform. He talks about a bunch of differing fucking like topics. Yeah, he talks about like AI data centers. He talks about scams. Sometimes he also talks about fucking politics as well. Yeah, it's a great point there, Boy Meets Mini. In comparison to that of, say, Asmongold, who only talks about politics on his fucking platform. In comparison to fucking Moist Critical, in comparison to fucking Charlie talks about a ton of differing fucking social issues, culture, like news as well. He also talks about movies. He talks about media. He talks about fucking food. He just talks about shit. He has a bunch of differing channels where he plays like Magic the Gathering, for fuck's sake. He does a bunch of different stuff. And you and all of your fat LARPing losers like, I don't know, Asmongold and Tectone, the only things that you motherfuckers talk about is politics. And you do a really, really bad job at it.
When it comes to, when it comes to people in his position, in his orbit, he's incredibly left-wing. But he wants to have people think, oh, I don't do politics. Yeah, you do. And it's disgusting, because you're terrible at it.
Shows us that the county crime...
Fuck, again, says Tactical Templar of all people. Again, pro-marital rape, was on stream one day, unironically just, like, moaning in a fucking goddamn, like, a streamer's chat, being really, really fucking creepy and weird, but okay, bro.
currently has $52 million in revenue. They have a budget deficit of $11 million, and they have a fund balance of $38 million. So the real trade being offered here is I'm going to buy some land from private landowners and build a data center on it. You get plus 7% employment in the county and 3 times your tax revenue, which I think sounds like a little bit better of a trade.
After nearly 4,000 people lodged objections to the project, the complaints have suddenly gone silent. That's either because everyone has changed their mind, or Utah has changed the process to where all previous complaints have been invalidated, and to lodge a new one, you have to pay $15. Paywalling the complaint process to a foreign billionaire's tax-exempt data center in your backyard is probably the best encapsulation of American democracy that I've ever heard.
No, there's always been a $15 fee to lodge a complaint, and if you bother to look into this at all, you'd see the 4,000-ish people who originally filed the protest, they did have to pay the $15 fee, too. And it's funny, I think, because getting all the details...
I still think that's fucking bullshit. I'm not gonna lie. Why the fuck do you have to... I thought we... Hey, Templar, I thought we cared about fucking free speech here. I thought Americans cared about free speech. Why do you have to pay to file a fucking goddamn complaint? That's a little interesting.
Wrong while you're quoting The Guardian out of context and fear-mongering and catastrophizing. Oh no, this project is going to be like 23 atom bombs worth of electricity. I would say that's the perfect encapsulation of the morning brew.
The project will require 9 gigawatts of power, which according to this helpful webpage from the Department of Energy... Oh wait, never mind, that was deleted within the past 6 days. But for context, that's about as much as the entirety of New York City uses on a peak summer day. The project will produce the thermal load equivalent to 23 atomic bombs.
I mean, watching this guy just dismantle all these lies about the data center, all these people, like, for example, Moist Critical, I think he's an idiot, but I don't think he's this stupid.
Okay, again, Charlie wasn't specifically talking about Kevin O'Leary's fucking data center. The points that he was bringing up was in general about various fucking data centers. Again, what Quick Thoughts here doesn't specifically talk about. And he is correct in a bunch of the positions that he's having here, right? I'm not going to deny that, right? The thing is that we're not talking about the environmental fucking impact as well, because that's also a thing to basically consider. We're not talking about a bunch of the reasonings for as to why Kevin O'Leary is doing this, because he's mostly doing this for tax exemptions. That's why a lot of these billionaire dipshits are doing this, specifically because Trump has made it such that there are lots of beneficial tax exemptions for all these like oligarchic dipshits to build these fucking AI data centers. Like that's what it is. Yeah, that's a good point there as well. Like, people may be concerned about water consumption because of the fact that I believe Utah is having more and more drought problems, right? The main rivers that supply Utah's fucking water are starting to dry up. So it makes sense that citizens of Utah are going to be concerned about that.
I think he knows that this is bullshit, but he knows that his audience likes to hear this stuff. He knows his audience likes to be fed this diet of just slop and bullshit. So he just excretes.
I mean, how the fuck do you know that? Like, Charlie's audience is quite varied. He's a normie fucking content creator. And I don't know if you know this, Tactical Templar, most normies don't really fucking like AI data centers. They are negatively polarized within the United States of America for good fucking reasons, because they fucking suck, man.
Creates these terrible opinions. And all the while, if you actually look into it, if you actually do the research, you find out that none of what Charlie is saying is true about the data centers.
Worth of energy being dumped into local.
Again, like, he's not... You're doing some fucking conflations here, Templar, because you're really stupid. And you have, like, this strange hate boner for Charlie for some fucking reason. But, again, Charlie's points in his video, if you actually watch the video, was a general encapsulation of AI data centers, and he was just shitting on Kevin O'Leary for being an unlikable, miserable fucking wretch.
Environment every day.
23 atom bombs going off a day? No, that's way too many. That's what I mean about the catastrophizing. If it's a similar amount of electricity to New York City, does that mean that New York City has 23 atom bombs a day going off right now? It's just a silly metric to convert thermal load to nuclear bombs. All you're trying to do is scare people and make it seem like that's a big amount. I'm going to stop showing clips from his video and just speed through a couple more things that bother me. He says that it's going to raise the temperature by 5 degrees or 28 degrees at night, but what he neglects is that it's going to raise the temperature in Hansel Valley, in this uninhabited desert valley where the power plant is being built, not across the state or across the county or anything. So, oh no, the power plant in the uninhabited desert valley might be warm. I don't think that's such a big deal. There are concerns about water. The water for the project is not coming from the Great Salt Lake, and it's not new water. It's currently agricultural irrigation that comes from water rights of the property owners. So because they bought that 40,000 acres, they can take water from the 40,000 acres and use that to cool their data center. Right. And there are concerns about how much power it's using. The development will produce all of its power on site, and it's not taking power from the grid. Stuff like this is just misinformation.
Okay, so wait a minute. Let's break this down, okay?
Oh boy.
This project is going to bring $100 million to this small town. They're using
allegedly
a plot of land in the middle of fucking nowhere, and it's going to create 2,000.
I mean, it's been bought off of private landowners, so The power plant is basically being used in a middle of buttfuck nowhere, but someone does own that land, Templar.
Jobs. They're going to get $100 million a year, plus probably more.
How do you know that it's going to be more? Again, Boy Meets Mini, do you know that have AI data centers been generally like a net beneficiary for the like a local county's fucking economy? And again, like $1 million for who exactly, right? Is it going to be $1 million for the fucking goddamn county, or is it going to be $1 million in Kevin O'Leary's pocket? Like, that's something that these motherfuckers never really talk about whatsoever, right? Like, are they going to be the main beneficiaries of all the quote-unquote the oodles and oodles of fucking money that these AI data centers, generally speaking, produce, right? Like, I don't think so. Nope, money goes to Silicon Valley. The county has to pay the company with abatements to even build the thing. Oh, so that's just another way that the fucking company also gets to save a bunch of fucking goddamn money. It's, you know, it's the exact same stuff with, say, for example, whenever Amazon goes into, say, a particular location in order to be able to build a fulfillment center, as they call it, for to try to get some additional warehouses in a sort of area, right? They expect the state to, generally speaking, be the main people who pay them for the contracting for those fulfillment centers, which is, generally speaking, why no one really fucking likes most of those fucking goddamn Amazon fucking contracts, generally speaking.
They're going to lease or buy the land, and they're going to use the water that's already there. They're going to create a power plant, which, by the way, Donald Trump has said that any excess energy can be sold back to the town. Like, so,
which is, by the way, that's like kind of normally what's supposed to happen. Templar, do you know that's like the kind of the normal thing that happens? It's just another avenue for Kevin O'Leary to just make more fucking money. Like, that's kind of the problem here. And it's not going to be beneficiary for the people of the county that live there.
A win, 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 win for everyone except the far left losers like Charlie and this nerd in the back. They have an issue with it. So then
again, how do you even know that they're far left, bro? Like, you don't even know what these people's ideological predilections are. You're just like a simpering fucking dumbass moron who's just like, everyone who doesn't agree with like the collected schizophrenia that I have a general belief in, they're just far left. Blah 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 blah. It's like, okay, bro, nice meme.
All of a sudden, no, you can't do it. Like, this is the most privileged position I've ever seen. Charlie, you've gotten every bit of information wrong. You owe Kevin O'Leary an apology.
Even if you disagree with me about the...
Again, Charlie's points about AI data centers were in just whatever. They were generalized points. He's conflating everything. Stupid.
Data center, I think you have to admit that he's not presenting it fairly. He doesn't explain why Box Elder County might want the data center, for example. And he catastrophizes the fears. Oh, it's like 23 atom bombs a day worth of electricity. No. And I think people like this just want to scare you.
Wait, that's a good point. Wait, quick thoughts. Have you presented any potential reasoning for as to why the county itself wants the fucking... This is kind of a bit of a self-defeater right there, bud. Like, has any reason been presented why the county itself may want this fucking AI data center? I'm a little curious. Has that been ever presented whatsoever? Just you know, some food for thought.
For attention. He gets millions of views by lying about data centers. And that's good for him, but it gives people the wrong idea. So...
Yeah, and so does Moist Critical. He does the same thing.
About a giant data center.
So we got more of these. This guy is on a crusade. I love to see it.
In Utah. And I'm kind of confused by that because I would think that an uninhabited desert valley in Utah is the perfect place to build a giant data center.
I've been following really closely what's happening in Box Elder County, Utah, where Canadian billionaire Kevin O'Leary is trying to build the world's largest data center.
She's got a nose ring! Her opinion's rejected!
I wonder why Tactical Templar might not be a big fan of women with septum rings. You know, just some fucking food for thought. I'm a little curious. Why? Oh. What? Oh. Oh, this is probably why he doesn't like women with septum rings. I'm just gonna say.
Whoa, buddy! Why did she have a nose ring? Why did she have a nose ring?
Because she wants to have a fucking nose ring, buddy. I don't know. Why do you want to rape your fucking spouse? I don't know, because you're a fucking freak. Okay, good one.
Oh my gosh, look at her. Brother,
A $100 billion project, okay? This would be the largest data center in the world at over 40,000 acres. And at full capacity, the data center, which is called the Stratos project, is set to use 9 gigawatts of electricity. More than double the entire amount of electricity used by Utah as a whole.
First, the data center is built on 40,000 acres. The project area is 40,000 acres. It's not a single 40,000 acre building. This is the area where they're building their own.
These are probably going to be a lot of the exact same points where, yeah, I will say there has been some misinformation that is spreading in terms of like the construction of this project. Mostly the biggest problems that I have with this is that mostly the environmental impacts are not being talked about. If we want to have as strong of an argument as possible talking about these the problems with these AI data centers, I think the best aspect to focus on is the environmental impacts that, generally speaking, a lot of these data centers are probably going to have, right? And I'm not sure if there's been any like studies done in particular within Utah that I'm not 100% certain on. But broadly speaking, if we want to talk about the problems that a lot of these data centers have, that's, I think, generally speaking, the best way to take a look at that.
Power plant and data center and whatever buildings they need. Most of the acres will remain undeveloped. One reason the project area is so large is because they are buying water rights of the current property owners. So the current property owners are using water for agricultural irrigation. The data center project buys that land, buys a huge amount of land, 40,000 acres, where water is being used for agricultural irrigation, and repurposes that water to cool their data center. She says the data center is going to use 9 gigawatts of power, more than double Utah's electricity consumption. One, all of the power will be produced on site. It's not drawing power from the grid. If we look at electricity consumption by state, we can see that Utah just doesn't use that much electricity compared to other states. There are plenty of states that use double or triple. Tennessee is about triple. Pennsylvania 4 times. Texas is like 10 times more than 10.
Mostly because of the amount of population centers that exist within those states, right? Like, for example, Texas has like 5 differing cities. Of course, like New York uses a bunch more because it has New York City, which is a giant fucking city. Also Buffalo. The only major city, for example, within, I think, Utah would be Salt Lake City. That's like the only one I can really think of. I think it's just Salt Lake City, and that's about it.
10 times what Utah uses. So if, over the course of this project, they reach their goal and they double or triple Utah's electricity usage, so why is that bad? It's not incurring more cost to the people of Utah because they're building their own power plant.
By Utah as a whole. Robert Davies, a physics professor from Utah State University, says that he actually thinks the project will require an additional 7 to 8 gigawatts of waste heat energy, meaning that the project in total will be 23 gigawatts of total thermal load energy, which is the equivalent of dropping 23 atom bombs in Utah every single day. Also,
okay, electricity generation across every state is going to have that same thermal load property. Not every generator is perfectly efficient, so they're going to generate waste heat as well. So if you say, okay, we're going to have 23 atom bombs a day worth of electricity.
Okay, even if the water rights are on that property, water is shared by the state. That's true, Boy Meets Mini, right? So overall, like, yes, the project, whether we like it or not, is still going to be bad for residents because, again, I'm not sure if that's 100% how it works within Utah. Whatever, we'd have to like look that up specifically, but yes, it would still be detrimental for the residents of the fucking goddamn state because, again, or the county or whatever, because they have to use the fucking groundwater that exists within that, well, particular area.
Going off in Utah, well then currently we have 230 atom bombs a day going off in Texas, plus hundreds more in every other state. I think it's kind of a silly metric to use.
It is estimated that Utah's overall temperature has increased.
So far, I think like this is the exact same fucking bullshit that we're mostly hearing. Mostly, it seems like yeah, like I will agree. These are like for the most part, like the fucking atom bomb point, I think is stupid. No, I can agree with that. Like that makes sense to me. I do think it's fucking stupid. The idea that like, oh, look at all these like atom bombs worth of explosions, or rather like thermal energy that's going off constantly. It's like, okay, I mean, sure, man. Same thing happens in like every fucking power plant on the planet. It's like, all right, dude, whatever. Like it's like a whatever point.
Increased by 2.5 degrees Fahrenheit, okay? Now, Davies estimates that this project would increase Utah's daily temperature by 5 degrees and Utah's night temperature.
That's a very good point there, Boy Meets Mini. I would also rather compare it to towns or neighborhoods instead. That's probably a more useful fucking metric.
By 28 degrees.
No, Davies wrote that daytime temperature could increase 2 to 5 degrees throughout Hansel Valley, not the state of Utah.
You see what I mean? Do you guys see what I mean here? You get a fucking idiot like Moist Critical, an absolute mouth-breathing, knuckle-dragging.
Charlie didn't fucking really talk at all about any of these fucking statistics. Again, a lot of the things that Charlie was talking about specifically was in general about fucking AI data centers. He wasn't only just... he's so fucking stupid, man. He's so fucking dumb, dude.
Greasy, uninformed loser, doesn't know anything. He just regurgitates what he fucking heard. And all it takes is looking at the actual information, and immediately it's just debunked. Not just debunked, obliterated. And this guy was so passionate, he was willing to call Kevin O'Leary a worm, and he's an idiot. And, Charlie, you're a fucking moron. You are one of the dumbest people on the platform, and that includes Hassan Piker. You're up there. You have no...
Oh, Hassan! I love Hassan.
Things, whether you are a true believer because you're a leftist, or you just don't care, you should be ashamed of yourself repeating this fucking propaganda.
The valley where the...
Again, like, there's like, what is it? Like, I mean, what else is there to really say? To be quite honest, like, it's just incredible. Like, there's just like, okay, bro, like, we have like soying out fucking Templar just constantly being like, oh, soy, look at me hit really hard on fucking Charlie, who's being a soy lip cuck, cringe lip cuck. Look at me, Asmongold, praise me, I don't know, for being such a good little gremlin in this fucking war. Yeah.
The data center is being built. Same with nighttime temperature, could increase up to 28 degrees trapped in the valley. Hansel Valley is an uninhabited desert valley. So if you build a big power plant here and a big data center here, maybe it'll increase the temperature of this valley by 5 degrees. But okay, nobody lives there. I think this project solves a lot of people's stated concerns with data centers. You're worried about water usage? They're reallocating agricultural water to cool the data center. Worried about power cost? They're building their own power plants. You're worried about waste heat or the size of the construction or the noise or something? It's in the middle of an uninhabited desert valley where it's already hot.
Again, but this doesn't really sort of talk about, this is where I mostly think there should be concerns, is about the affect of the potential for groundwater usage, the environmental impacts mostly. I don't know if that's been necessarily studied or whatever. If we want to talk about like some of the potential consequences with this particular project, specifically, that's probably the best sort of avenue to take a look at in particular. I don't know if the studies have been done into that specifically.
And you're worried about this is such a huge project? This is a giant data center or something? World's biggest data center? Well, that's just data centers that don't have to be built in other places, that are being built in this uninhabited desert valley. I think the concerns in her video are just fear-mongering for reasons that I hope I've explained here. Thanks.
Yeah,
sure.
Great job, brother. Great job exposing these frauds, these people that don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Of course, Tactical Templar didn't really add whatsoever anything to this sort of like a video besides his like idiotic fucking screed. Like, I'm gonna yell like a fucking Redditor, and I'm going to make it look like I'm doing something. Yeah.
Most Critical should be ashamed. He owes Kevin O'Leary an apology. Fuck that guy. Fuck Most Critical. What a piece of shit. Everyone hates this guy. They know he's a...
Okay, Tactical Templar, you're an idiot who just basically does not understand that a lot of Moist Critical's points were talking about data centers in general, not only about fucking Kevin O'Leary. And he was talking about him calling out those fucking activists who are having problems with the fact that Kevin O'Leary is essentially building this data center project within the state of fucking Utah. Like, you're not adding anything to this either. You're just stating all of your stupid dog shit culture war talking points because, bro, you barely add really much of anything to any fucking discussion because you're just a stupid fucking prick, like, who wants to rape his probable spouse if he somehow manages to get one. A miracle if that were to happen.
Liar at this point. But it's unreal to watch this guy in real time. Anyway, that...
Okay, stupid screed aside from Tactical Templar. But yeah, like, what else is there to really say? Kevin O'Leary is still a miserable fucking goddamn worm who is a miserable little wretch who just wants to make everyone's lives significantly worse for what exactly? And because he wants to make a bunch of fucking money for himself within the United States of America, because guess what? He, broadly speaking, hates you. He hates everyone else that's around him, and also, generally speaking, is not, shall we say, really welcome in any fucking environment that he, generally speaking, preoccupies because of how much of like a miserable, ostensible little weirdo Kevin O'Leary, generally speaking, is. Tactical Templar is just simping for like a billionaire, broadly speaking, because of the fact that, look at me, I'm doing like a good job being this weird little gremlin online, going after Moist Critical. Look at me, Asmongold, please notice me, senpai, for the fact that I'm going after Charlie in this way. And it's just like, bro, you're a fucking desperate loser who nobody fucking likes. Shut your goofy ass up. Everyone hates you. Nobody fucking likes you. And you're a miserable, ostensible little weirdo who no one wants to be around because you're just like a simpering little fucking dipshit. But yeah, what else is there to really say? Tactical Templar, you're still a fucking loser. Charlie's overall points about data centers are correct. Right, they do not produce all that much in terms of beneficial outcomes for most of the fucking counties that they are generally speaking within, and that's mostly what Charlie was talking about when he was trashing on fucking data centers. But you are too stupid to recognize or understand that because you are a lazy hack and a fucking propagandist. But yeah, generally speaking, I mean, the sentiments of, all the AI data center fucking bullshit is, broadly speaking, only going to get worse and worse and worse by the day if you have people like Moist Critical talking about them in this particular way as well, right? A lot of the, for example, broader, like, normie opinions, Charlie, generally speaking, fucking reflects that. It's not about, for example, like, I don't know, like confirming, like having like a confirmation fucking bias. These data centers are, generally speaking, quite fucking unpopular. Tactical Templar, people do not like what essentially these things are doing within the fucking environment, within their fucking groundwater, and they just do not like the fucking goddamn, stupid ass fucking data centers, which are essentially, again, and this was Charlie's main fucking point, taking jobs away from hardworking Americans who are already constantly fucking struggling in their lives, that are only being made significantly worse by all these like dogshit fucking AI data centers for the express purpose of these pedophilic, avaricious dipshits to make an extra fucking buck on, which you seem to have no problem with whatsoever because you support all those pedophilic, avaricious fucking dipshits. Don't think there's really much else to say besides Tactical Templar, you're still a fucking weirdo, lolly pursuing, rapist wannabe fucking weirdo. Lovely. And yes, Clay, I will at him in the post. I will tag him. I will do that. I was gonna do that anyways. I mean, I literally did that for the most recent fucking video that I just put out on the stupid ass like off-kai drama. Do I have more calciners? Because right now I'm just doing all of my prep work before shipping in. We need this. Before we start our growing operations of ores. Here we go, more calciners. Calciners are basically the equivalent of fucking foundries, so we should still have plenty of production. I don't know why I'm going so hard in terms of like multiple lines of calciners in one. Whatever. It makes it look even and nice, so whatever. Like, I don't think I need this much, to be honest. I'll do it for the lead. I think I'm only going to do one line for both copper and iron. And if I have to just flip the recipes, I can just flip the fucking recipe. Actually, I might need more copper. Right, I needed more copper because we're not going to be using foundries for that. Oh, actually, no, wait, this is 275 copper per second. Nah, this is fine. Because we don't need more iron than 108. Yeah, no. We're just going to then... This should be more than enough. Yeah, this should be more than enough. Very cool. Do I have... Fun. Need more spoilage. We'll just handcraft a bunch more agricultural towers. $100 more should be more than enough for now. Okay, this is all fine. This is our Cottonite. This is the Hydronium. The Cottonite, I believe... I'm not sure if this is a fucking loop or not. If we need to have some localized production for Cottonite, then that should be fine. If it is a self-sustaining loop, then that will make my life easier. But that's just something where we're gonna have to just wait and see once we actually start growth. Because for the time being, I can't really build anything else until we just start making our basic raw materials. So let's get the lead. We're making lead, folks. I love lead. It smells and tastes really good, folks. 180 lead per second should be more than enough lead. It's on like John. Alright, stick that there. I'm out of underground pipes. And you're getting more calciners still, more than likely. Yep. That's fine. And bots. Lovely. Alright. So, what else can we build for the time being before having to go out and grow lead and a bunch of other bullshit? Because we're going to have to make up a rather silly, ridiculous, complicated growing process alongside some trains. We need trains. Because we always need trains. That accomplishes nothing for me. So we need to bring chlorine, we need to bring oxygen. We'll have some trains to bring those up specifically. Carolox rocket fuel, which can be made in acid working plants, so we'll wait for those. So we can use that to make rocket fuel. Solid fuel from hydrogen. We can start making solid fuel. And then once we have the acid working plant, we'll just wait for that and then work out our ratios. From there. So the acid file lichen. We're going to bring up oxygen and chlorine to the outpost that we're going to be making, where we're going to be growing this caloric fuel. Caloric fuel, we need it for science and a couple of other things. Which makes me want to move this slightly over to here. Caloric fuel will go on this belt, right beside the lead. It also does spoil, which is kind of annoying, but the spoil time for caloric fuel is pretty long. We don't want to ship in the lichen because the lichen spoils more quickly in comparison to that of the caloric fuel. This spoils in 30 minutes in comparison to the 5 minutes of the acid file lichen. So we'd rather ship in the caloric fuel rather than the lichen. Which you also turn into stone. That's a good question. How do we make concrete on this planet? Chlorine, that gives us the acid working plant, which needs stone. Stone brick specifically. Biovat are pretty dog shit. But they are immune. But they suck as a building. Like, these things suck so much. But they do not... I believe these things are not affected by corrosive acids, and in fact take away corrosive acids, which is their value. But we lose out on the 50% productivity. How do we make stone? Do we just let a bunch of acid file lichen rot, I suppose? I believe that is how we can do that, then. Okay. Caloric fuel also rots into stone, which we have to use to turn into stone bricks. So part of the lichen that we're going to be making is also going to have to be used to be making stone. And stone we're just going to have to ship back in, then. Okay. That's kind of annoying. But, whatever. So the stuff that we're going to be shipping, because we're going to be putting this operation all the way up over here with all these caloric salts, we're going to be shipping in the necessary gases. So that would be chlorine, oxygen, and the cottonite. That's going to be produced from over here. So we're going to be using some trains for that. Probably going to be using a bit of a differing train system with some new... I want to try using some T-junctions. So we're going to have a sprout operation, not only acting as a natural barrier to all the corrosive acids that it's going to be spewing from this growing operation that we're going to be conducting up here specifically. But we're going to then eventually ship all this shit down over here, drop off all of the ores that we're going to be making in order to be able to start making plates, and then we can actually start to make the standard Factorio products. We need to not only leave this place, but also move on. Not really. There's a bunch of designs out there that already exist with T-junctions. It's not really tricky with signaling. It can be kind of annoying with signals, but it just, rule of thumb, right? So you use the... God, I always forget which signal is which. Whenever a train needs to go in somewhere, you use a rail signal. Whenever it has to go out, you use a chain signal. So with the T-junction, if you want the trains to follow a particular path, and it has to go into, say, a part of the lane, you use the chain signal. If it's coming in to a differing lane, you use a regular signal. But I can always just grab a blueprint. It's mostly because the current train, like, junctions and blueprints that I have, I just want to try to save a bit of space. That's mostly why. So we have quite a good amount of space up here in order to sustain a lot of growing operations. We have a lot of variously large islands that's going to be quite satisfactory for growth operations. We have one here, we have one here, we have a lot of space here, 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 here. We can grow a lot of lead, acid file lichen, and ores, which is mostly what we're looking to do here. The acid file lichen is going to be processed, so we're going to have a natural barrier of esotoaxtite sprouts, because those things will stop the corrosive acids, which are going to be spreading outwards like this. But then every single time you harvest one of the esotoaxtites, including the ground itself, which absorbs a lot of that fucking pollution, right? Well, I mean, it spreads outwards, like this, right? It's just the difference between the corrosive acid pollution is that it destroys our machines. And obviously we don't want to destroy our fucking machines, because we're going to be using, well, shit like biochambers up there because of the extra productivity. And it's beneficial for us, right? So we're going to be using those specifically. But yeah, basically the corrosive acids, how it functions, is the exact same as pollution. It's just instead of it angering biters, it destroys machines. So the esotoaxtites, the funny-looking trees that grow mushrooms, every single time you harvest one of them, it takes away from this pollution. So these shitters right here. What we are essentially using, for example, it also helps to provide, well, power, because it, every time you harvest one of these fucking trees, it also gives you sulfur, it gives you spoilage. Spoilage you need to be able to build more fungicultural towers. It also gives a bunch of other things. It gives sulfur, it gives carbon. Carbon is used specifically for generating the steam power that we have right now for these big 1.5 gigawatt fucking reactors that we have. And it's like acid neutralization, but it's a lot more it's not more complicated. There's more steps involved to it, but it's a good fucking recipe. And all of the gases that we're currently producing here, that of course being the chlorine. So we're producing a bunch of chlorine. We also need the oxygen. We have to bring the oxygen with us as well. We're going to be using separate trains for that. Probably the loading stations. I'm probably just going to put them here for the gases. And we also need to be able to ship in the cottonite. Cottonite is what gives us our acid file lichen and lead. And every time these things get harvested, for example, and these things grow fast, the cottonite grows in about 2 minutes, which means we need 4 times the amount of probably production in comparison to that of the chlorine salts. The chlorine salts grow in 30 seconds. They grow fast. And that gives us, I believe, 3 differing outputs, that being copper ore, iron ore, and also acid file lichen, I believe, as well. We can double check. What the fuck is this shit? You're not telling me the fucking yield of this thing? Fuck you. I guess we can also use it to turn into nutrients, but we're not going to be doing that. Not immediately. We're going to use it to kickstart the nutrient creation process, but... Oh, here we go. Yes, these things also make... I was holding a bunch of chlorine salts. So, the chlorine salts, this is what we use to make our ores. It also makes a bunch of acid file lichen. And the only source of stone on this planet is by letting the acid file lichen spoil after 5 minutes to turn into a bunch of stone. So that's what we're going to be doing for our growing operations. But we have to have, of course, a natural fucking barrier, because most of the corrosive acids that are probably going to be produced in this process are probably going to be coming from the chlorine salts. Now, of course, what we have to do is we have to use fucking yellow inserters. And also long-handed inserters. Why? Because we need to be able to... Yes, because those things are immune to the corrosive acids. I can't use stack inserters. They'll get destroyed. Bulk inserters, destroyed. Fast inserters, destroyed. Only yellow inserters and long inserters are the things that are immune. Also, why do we have all these red belts, you may ask? Because they are also immune, unlike our white belts, which are not immune. Like is in the tooltips, right? True, Alex, it is anti-white. Guess another thing that's also not immune. Splitters. We can't use any splitters. So we just have to do a bunch of belt shenanigans. Which is fine. It's annoying, but whatever. Splitters are also not immune. But pipes, chests, mining drills, no problem. Beacons, those are fine. The biovat, for example, are, immune because they consume acids. Not a lot, but they consume some. All inserters are also immune, right? You can use them in... these are the only logistical entities that you can basically use. Robots take damage. Roboports are fine, right? Roboports take no damage. Not that I would want any robots or roboports really in that area. We're just going to be using them for growing operations. That's it. It's not really any useful whatsoever. But yes, here. Harvesting metallic lichen colonies and cottonite lichen colonies will release corrosive gases. These gases cause damage to most of your machines. The pollution overlay on the map reveals which areas will be dangerous for your machines. The corrosive atmosphere can be reduced by planting and harvesting eschatoaxtites, those funny looking trees, which have a growth time of about 45 seconds. It's fast, but it's not as fast as the metallic lichen colonies, which have a 30-second growth time. So there's a bit of a balance there. And of course, these are all the immune immune entities. So of course, the fungicultural towers, if they were not immune, there would be a lot of fucking problems. This planet would actually be really fucking complicated. The acid working plant and the smelting plants, these are also immune, but they can also produce acids. So when we, by the way, this area right here is going to be completely cordoned off. For what purpose exactly? Just for the acid working plants. We're going to be completely cordoning off a fucking area just for them specifically, right? And that's going to be right over here. Because it has this special black ground right here, the muriatic folds, which not only let us grow more the eschatoaxtite, but also has a very, very good amount of corrosive acid absorption, about 40 per chunk. Not to mention these things also will absorb the rest. It will essentially be making a metaphorical barrier to make sure that anything that gets basically fucking extracted or created through those plants are essentially, well, gone instantaneously the moment that they come out. That's the basic plan, at the very least. So we just make a nice little barrier of just these fungal cultural towers, and the products of which the sprouts, of course, the extra carbon and all this stuff, we can just instantaneously throw into the fucking acid and it'll just burn away very, very easily, because we'll just have no use for it. We will have 0, 0, 0 use for it, so we just burn it away. So yes, that's a lot of the complications of this fucking planet. This planet is very, very complicated. You have to be extremely considerate of all of the placements of particular fucking buildings and shit like that. For growing operations, yeah, it's not exactly the most space. You kind of have to get lucky. You have to look around. I looked around for this shit. I saw this, and I was just like, well, wherever there's going to be more muriatic fluid, or the fluid of this fucking planet, that being the acid, there's probably going to be more acid-file liking planting spots, and lo and behold, that's what it is. Because there's 3 different kinds of fucking soil. So this is the acid-file lichen. That's what lets you grow the cottonite, and also the metallic lichen. This is for the esotwaxite, the muriatic folds, as well as this, the muriatic dark soil, which also lets you grow esotwaxites. And I guess it's kind of meant to be like a sort of like, I don't really know why this exists, and this exists when they are functionally the exact same thing. I guess it's supposed to like, for the game to make it look like, oh, it's transitioning from this one dark soil to this other dark soil. Speaking of a cottonite fucking lichen colony, there's one right there. So basically, this base that we're gonna have here is gonna have essentially 3 separate areas, or 4 separate areas. This is the power. This is the area for power. This is the actual factory that makes all of the other products that we need to not only to mostly just leave the fucking planet, and this will be the area for this planet specific plants. And up here is going to be the growing operations and the other agricultural processes that we need to do in order to be able to further process all this fucking bullshit. I guess also as well as being able to get some stone. This thing, merge of a foundry and a furnace, accepted nutrients, caloric fuel. That's kind of annoying. Looks like shipping out the smelting plant's not really going to be possible if the only way this thing functions is with caloric fuel. It's kind of annoying. Part of the reason why I came here was for the planet-specific buildings. Yeah, your accepted nutrients are also caloric fuel. That's kind of annoying, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, that is kind of annoying, honestly. Chlorine, chlorine, lead battery, chlorine explosives, calcite. Oh, the science pack. Of course, the science pack also has a it's spoilable. Mostly the biggest problem is the fucking paste. But what we can do for this is have a localized growing operation for the sprouts in order to make more paste. So then the spoilage is not as bad, which is probably what we're going to do. In fact, that's definitely what I'm going to do. Everything else can be belted in or piped in relatively easily. Off-world chlorine production. What does off-world chlorine production really accomplish for me? This one might not be bad to get rid of excess biter eggs. Acid weaponization, chlorine explosives, explosives productivity, battery productivity, Fulgoran fungal culture, holmium chloride, artificial lichen colony, soil for acid-file lichen to grow on. Placeable on... Interesting. So this is placeable on the muriatic folds. This also lets me grow acid-file lichen on the oil ocean of Fulgora. I don't really know why they want... That's very strange. I don't know why they want that. Interesting. Okay. Sure. But yes, that's the next things that we're probably going to have to... We need to do on this planet. It's unfortunate that I can't really make use of this, of the acid plants. Because of the fuel that they... Because these two buildings are very good, actually. The acid working plant is good. But we have the electrochemical plant, which is about as good, so it's whatever. Same with the smelting plant. The smelting plant is pretty good. 3.2 crafting speed with a base productivity of 50. Only 2 module slots, which isn't great, but the other qualities this thing has is pretty good. Crafting speed is very good. 3.2 is pretty solid. Same with the acid working plant. Crafting speed of 2, 4 module slots. It's just that it consumes fucking fuel, which is kind of annoying. Just unfortunate. We need to make quite a bit of caloric fuel then. But yeah, there's not a ton of applications, unfortunately, it seems, for a bunch of these, You have to make the fuel off-world. If I want to use these, plants... But the problem with these plants is that when they produce stuff, they produce... Well, the acid. They produce the corrosive acid, which will damage my machines on other worlds. So, this is looking like it is a very specific to only this planet sort of endeavor. There ain't much I can do about it, which is kind of annoying. So that's part of the reason why I even came to this planet, was to try to get those buildings, but it seems like I don't really have any use for them. I guess I get some other stuff out of this. It's just like, okay, I guess, but whatever. This is a planet that's a must-visit, unfortunately, for other sciences, it seems, and other researches and technologies. We have a few more things that we need to yap about. Definitely need to yap about the fucking primary results and whatnot. Cuba stuff we'll leave for later, I think. I'm having a bit of a backup of stuff, and I don't really like the fact that I'm having a bit of a backup of stuff. It's kind of annoying, but whatever. My face. Boo. Hello. Okay, gamers. I will be right back, of course. Going to grab some water, stretch my legs, go to the bathroom. We have stuff to yap about. And then... yeah, that'll be the day, I guess. I don't know where I was going with that exactly. Anyway, gamers, I will be right back. Shut the fuck up, Alex. You fucking goof. You know, one day Boy Meets Mini will ban your fucking goofy looking head ass. And it'll be really, really funny. I'm just wondering, I'm curious. Factorio train junction blueprints. Ten books full of rails. God damn. Oh man, there's a lot of fucking blueprints. Bro, why is this in a fucking, why is this a GitHub? Fucking software developers, dude, they're so silly. Ah, the auto rail. I've heard of this before. Showcase book structure. God damn. Very, very extensive. There's even a wiki on this shit. It's crazy. I've always forgotten how much of a pain in the ass like GitHub is to navigate sometimes. Like, where the fuck do I download from fucking shit from GitHub again? God. There you go. We got there. Wait, Microslop fucking owns GitHub now? I did not know that. I did not know that Microslop owns fucking GitHub now. Good to know, though. Okay. Save game. There's a leak on GitHub today, too. Lovely. If I were to make a bet, knowing Microsoft, there's probably a security leak. Okay, I'm just gonna do the primary stuff, and then I'm probably going to call it for today. Yeah, because I'm starting to feel a bit tired. But tomorrow I need to get through a bunch of this fucking bullshit. Try not to get us distracted by factoring Oreos. Okay. Alright. Let's get started with this shit, shall we? So, today there was a bunch of primaries held throughout a bunch of differing states within the United States of America. I believe Georgia, Kentucky, I think one of the Carolinas, and a bunch of other differing places. I just want to mostly specifically focus and highlight on a few specific races. Stuff that needs to be mostly taken a look at and paid attention to. Or at least in my mind, at the very least. But you may be wondering, Daho, looking at a Republican primary result, that's rather interesting. And there's a reason for as to why this is the case, because Kentucky's 4th district is the district that Thomas Massie used to occupy in. Now, of course, Thomas Massie was one of the main architects alongside Ro Khanna, passing the Epstein Transparency Act. Let's not bro that specifically. Thomas Massie is not really good. I mean, he has a 91% voting record alongside Donald Trump. He's not particularly great. The only reason why, again, Donald Trump is just upset about Thomas Massie in particular is because of the fact that, well, guess what? He's deciding to try to go against the cult because Thomas Massie, I believe, wanted to run for higher office as well, but Trump actively fucking denied that. He had further political goals and ambitions, and the broader party apparatus decided to snub that. He got spiteful, and as a result, decided to go ahead with doubting Trump's, geopolitical acumen, for lack of a better term, but also decided to start these whole sort of, not witch hunt, but whole push in order to get the DOJ to, again, release the fucking Epstein files. Because I'm going to stipulate this again in terms of the whole sort of debacle of the Epstein files, of which now seemingly the Trump administration has somehow managed to successfully fucking cover up, which is insane, illegal, but also insane. Shouldn't really expect anything less from this criminal administration known as the Donald Trump administration, but whatever, sure. The only reason why the Epstein Transparency Act was even a necessity to begin with was because of the fact that the DOJ decided to abdicate its own responsibility to cover Donald Trump's goofy-looking head ass. Again, the DOJ could have released any information on the Epstein files at any point in time in particular. Now, you may be wondering and asking this question, well, Daho, if that's the case, why didn't the Democrats release them? Because it just wasn't a priority for them. No one really gave a shit on the side of the Democratic constituency about the release of the Epstein files. The only people who were clamoring for that shit was on the side of the Republicans, and as a result of that, no one really gave a shit on the side of the Democrats. Now, do I think that Merrick Garland, in order to be more aggressive, legally speaking, against Trump, should have just released the Epstein files anyways? Absolutely, just to hurt Trump. In that particular respect, yes, I think he should have released the Epstein files, because I personally am not in agreement with the main reasoning for as to why the Democrats decided not to release the Epstein files. And if I were to make a bet, I would normally say it's because they want to protect Bill Clinton, but the fact that the a broader Democratic Party apparatus have been trying to push for the release of the Epstein files, mostly for the express purpose of wanting to hurt Donald Trump, and not necessarily because of the fact that they really care all that much about Bill Clinton. I think Joe Biden just didn't want to have the Epstein files be released because, for whatever reason, that conservative dipshit just didn't want to put the actual hurting on Republicans, which they genuinely fucking deserve to be hurt over. But whatever. But going into the actual race, just a little bit, I suppose. The whole preamble about Thomas Massie aside, and the Epstein files that the Trump administration has basically covered up, Ed Galrain got endorsed by Trump, and I believe also got a lot of money, I think specifically from, here we go, from AIPAC and associated pro-Israel fucking PACs. Yeah. Obviously, Israel was not particularly happy about the fact that, and obviously AIPAC as well, which mostly pushes for Israeli fucking interests, was not particularly happy about the fact that, well, Thomas Massie was having, shall we say, some problems with the conduct that Israel is taking within the, well, war in Iran, right? And as a result of that, not particularly happy, they decided to go ahead, dump a bunch of money into Ed Galrain's sort of seat here, similar to that of which they did to, say, Wesley Bell, or also George Latimer, that fucking glass-eyed fucking dipshit, that incredibly racist piece of fucking pile of garbage, who basically just bought another seat within the House of Representatives in order to install one of their toadies in a position of power. Terrible dog shit as always. Wouldn't expect anything less from AIPAC. Of course, Donald Trump himself also deciding to chime in on this on Twitter of all places. Not saying this on Truth Social. Very, very cool. Horrible Congressman Thomas Massie put out an old endorsement from many years ago of him by me, long before I found out that he was the worst congressman in the history of our country. I endorsed Ed Galrain, a true American patriot, which Massie knows full well. So the statement that he put out is fraudulent, just like he is fraudulent. Withdraw your fake statement, Massie, right now. President Donald J. Trump. Petty as always from Donald Trump, who is, of course, well, Israel fucking first. But yeah, honestly, let's be honest here. The fact that Republicans are seeing this as a betrayal should really, really tell you something in particular, right? The Republican Party has now fully cemented in being a pro-war, pro-fucking pedophilia party. And I want the Democrats to, generally speaking, run with this till hell in high water, okay? Just keep saying over and over and over and over again that the Republican Party is pro-pedophilia and pro-war, right? Two things which a lot of people, generally speaking, not going to be particularly happy about. Because saying people that the conservatives are voting for people who are not going to betray them or some shit is genuinely fucking incredible to me. This is what is being portrayed as betrayal. The fact that Thomas Massie got, I think, 4 other Republicans, that being, I think, Nancy Mace, Lauren Boebert, and Marjorie Taylor Greene, who all voted for the Epstein Files Transparency Act for their own fucking reasons. Not because they probably really care all that much about the victims of Epstein. Yeah, maybe some of them do, but they voted for that shit for the discharge petition to force a floor vote on the House floor in order to, push for the Epstein files to be made transparent, to actually be released by the DOJ, because the Trump administration decided to, metaphorically speaking, shoot themselves in the foot in this one, saying that, hold on. Donald Trump said he would release the Epstein files, and now he's being kind of whiff-waffly about it. And when we said we were going to release the Epstein files, all of a sudden, actually, we're not going to release them anymore. And we're just going to make this a whole, song and dance, little parade with the content creators. amongst like conservatives for like whatever fucking reason. Stupid and just very, very dumb in general. And this should pretty much tell you everything you need to know about the Republican Party. The Republican Party stands for pedophilia and also war, right? Because Thomas Massey was one of the more vocal voices within the House. Not saying he's particularly good or whatever. 90 plus percentage like voting rate all with the Republican sort of agenda. He is not good, by the way. He's very, very far right, but the Republican Party is making it very, very clear that they are okay with the continuation of the war in Iran, and they are also okay with Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump's like alleged sexual impropriety with fucking children. Well, with Jeffrey Epstein, not so much fucking alleged. And the Democratic Party should be running with that till the fucking nines. Like, just keep talking about that over and over and over again. Say that the Republican Party is pro fucking pedophilia and pro war constantly. But you know, just some quick good news. Chris Rabb of Pennsylvania's 3rd District also is a progressive DSA endorsed candidate. This was at the time of, well, not recording, but right here. I believe this is the Democratic primary in this particular seat. Right around, from what I understand, the sort of outskirts of Pittsburgh. So probably like more suburban area, if I were to take a guess. I'm not 100% certain. Listen, I don't know if there's any fucking yinzers in chat who can fucking clarify for this for me specifically. But if I were to take a guess, it's probably like more in a sort of like suburban part of Pittsburgh in particular. Pittsburgh, of course, is a very, very like progressive area, very, very democratic, strong democratic sort of, leaning area. And Chris Rabb has won the Democratic fucking primary, which is great, fantastic. I think this is like a mostly blue district. I think. I'm not 100% certain. I've not taken a look at the history of this district in particular, but he is the DSA endorsed candidate. He got endorsed by AOC, Bernie Sanders, Hassan, and whatnot, and he's a solid fucking candidate. It's great to see that the progressives are, well, winning more and more. And this was, 81% of the vote in. He was up 14 points, pretty much completely and utterly over. Like, very, very cool that this is happening, right? So, as Ryan Grimm is saying here, American Priorities, pro-Palestine super PAC, dropped almost $500,000. Justice Dems and Working Families Party, of course, piled on. AOC, Hassan also had endorsements. Both also hosted rallies with Christopher Rabb. And Rabb himself ran an exceptional race, building on years of relationships he built among progressives and activists in the city. And also AIPAC royally screwed up, got caught trying to spend money through 314 action to prop up a flawed candidate, and then never recovered when she flopped. I believe that is Ala Stanford, I think. Sharif Street, I think, is a man, I think. So, listen, another defeat for AIPAC is always good to see. You fucking love to see it. And here, Charles Booker, who I believe is like a more progressive fucking Democrat, also won the Kentucky Democratic primary over Amy McGrath, who is the dogshit political centrist who I believe lost twice to Mitch McConnell in Kentucky. Yeah, man. Fucking, yeah, dude. The centrist always does so well within fucking Kentucky. How about, again, like, we try something like a more progressive candidate, like Charles Booker, in order to be able to kick Mitch McConnell out of his seat, whose brain is... I don't even know if... Is Mitch McConnell even running for his seat again? I have no idea. But Charles Booker is a solid candidate. He's a good progressive. And I think he should also win and try to get a fucking U.S. Senate seat within Kentucky. Why not? I mean, the governor of Kentucky, I believe, is Democrat. I think that's Andy Beshear, if I recall correctly, is the current governor of Kentucky. And he's rather popular. Am I correct in that? Let me double check that real quick. Governor of Kentucky. Yes. Okay, I was correct. Yes, it is Andy Beshear. I was making sure I was like remembering correctly. And from what I understand, he is still quite popular within the state. So I mean, listen, Harvard's like harnessing the momentum, say like an endorsement from Andy Bashir. I think Charles Booker has a very, very good chance at being able to win this U.S. Senate seat for the fucking Democrats. And personally, I think that would be fantastic and really, really great. But yeah, I mean, like, what else is there to really say? Overall, some pretty solid results, especially within the Democratic fucking primaries. But I think the more important thing to focus on in this round of primaries is the fact that, well, AIPAC once again bought up another House seat within the U.S. House of Representatives. This is like God knows how many seats they've basically bought up with all their fucking goddamn money, alongside Donald Trump basically saying that he still has maybe like some firm control of the Republican base and the Republican Party, at which the very least is more than likely going to be fleeting more and more and more once the midterms are reached rather. I'm very, very curious to see what will happen in the midterms, because again, like, a lot of Republicans within the caucus are starting to try to break away more and more from Trump. A lot of these races are basically showing that Trump still has an iron grip over the constituency of the Republican Party, the MAGA base or what have you, right? Who are okay with pedophilia and war. Very, very cool. And broadly speaking, we're going to see what changes once the midterms happen, because I do think that once the midterms happen and Republicans are more than likely going to get wiped out in the House, I think that's more or less a guarantee at this point, and we'll see what happens with the Senate, right? It's not great, the chances for the Democrats in the Senate, but there is a pathway to victory, for lack of a better term, I suppose. But there is a pathway specifically for the Democrats to try to wrestle away control of the Senate from the Republicans into the hands of the Democrats. So we'll see how exactly those dynamics play out in particular, because if the Republicans lose both the House and the Senate, it's over. Not only is Trump going to be a actual lame duck, for example, but I think it's probably going to be a signaling of the end of the MAGA movement and coalition, broadly speaking, because, like, what power does Trump have when he's not going to have either the House or the Senate, and the Democrats are going to be essentially like going after a lot of corrupt dealings that Trump is doing and corrupt officials within the Trump administration with sheer fucking impunity, right? The subpoena powers that they'll have to go after a lot of these people is going to be quite fucking vast, right? And the Republicans are going to be basically put in a terrible position and are going to be more than likely, if I were to take a bet, within the caucus, within the Senate, and also the House, they're going to be looking for ways out and off of the Trump train, if I were to take a guess, because at that point in time, once the midterms happen, it's going to be more or less over for the Republican Party, especially MAGA in particular. But we'll see exactly what happens. But yeah, I think this overall bodes pretty decently well for the Democrats. Like, progressive candidates are winning more and more across the country. A lot of people are making it rather clear that this mealy-mouth centrist bullshit is really not in anymore. The Schumerite wing of the Democratic Party is losing more and more power and prominence day by day, and it's not because of the Baileys telling them to do nothing, but it's mostly being spurned out of hatred of the Republican Party and hatred out of the current corporate Democratic fucking establishment, with all the progressives that are winning a bunch of fucking races all across the fucking country. And this more or less confirms that the Republican Party is and the MAGA movement, generally speaking, are pro-pedophilia and pro-fucking war. It's mostly the boomers who seem to be pro-pedophilia and pro-fucking war. Should we be really surprised by any of that? No, we shouldn't really be surprised by that whatsoever. But yeah, don't think there's really much else to say besides, hey, Trump, your goofy ass is in the fucking Epstein files. You are in the Epstein files. You are in the fucking goddamn motherfucking files. And these are some positive results for Chris Rabb and also Charles Booker. Solid progressive candidates that are being put up into, well, the general elections for either U.S. Senate seats and also U.S. House seats. Yes, I know of James Tallarico. I like James Tallarico. Yes, James Tallarico he's not perfect, but I think he's pretty solid, all things considered. Not perfect, but out of all the people you can get in Texas, we'll take a look at that video some other time. I think he's pretty good, right? I think he is pretty good. Let's do the Cuba stuff, actually. I'm going to do the Cuba stuff. It should be pretty quick. Yeah, let's do the Cuba stuff. Fuck it. And I believe I think James Tallarico is... Ken Paxton, I believe, just got endorsed, even though the entirety of the Republican Party wanted John Cornyn instead, right? But Trump endorsed Ken Paxton, so it's more or less that Ken Paxton is, I think, a shoo-in to win the Republican primary, and as a result of that, it's I think the pathway there specifically for James Tallarico is going to be way, way easier for him to be able to win that general election in Texas. Could probably flip that seat blue, because Ken Paxton is a really, really bad fucking candidate. He sucks. There's so much you can attack there with his divorce, his general ostensible fucking behavior. There's so many fucking aspects that you can go after him. Massey, I would have come out sooner, but I had to call my opponent to concede, and it took a while to find him in Tel Aviv. Gee. Oh no. That's funny. Oh, dude, there's been a bunch of blue MAGA losers who were saying that Matt Bernstein and Emma Vigeland bullied Mallory McMorrow in that fucking interview. Bro, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, man. Fucking, she got really, really bullied in that interview. You people are fucking pussies. Jesus Christ. Yes, I saw the thing that Maureen Galindo said. Optically speaking, yeah, that's not great. Not a great thing to say. I'm gonna be honest. Optics on that one, not the best. Ugh. Maureen Galindo, the Democrats, MTG. I have no idea about some of the other things she said about like Jewish people or like Israel or whatever, but no idea. That fucking that concentration camp bit that she said, it's like, yeah, it's not. Optics on that one's not the best. Not the best. Not the best. Alright, let's get started with this bullshit. Wait. Tristan Tate, I'm a special needs father. Retard is just a word too. If you approach me and my child and start saying retard, I will swing for you. Legally, can I swing for you? No. Legally, should I swing for you? No. Do I think people should say retard whenever they want? Yes. Is my assault on you justified? No. But if you engage in this behavior with your hand on a loaded pistol, knowing I might swing and intend on killing me in front of my child if I do, who's the asshole? This is why I'm not donating. He may legally be correct, but we shouldn't encourage his behavior if we want to live in a civil society. Is this in regards to Chud the Builder? Oh my god, it is in regards to Chud the Builder. Dude, the worst person on the fucking planet makes a good point. What the heck? That's so funny. Bro. That's funny as fuck, bro. Alright. Let's get started with this. Keep getting distracted. No, what Tristan Tate is basically saying is, if you go up to my kid and randomly just start calling him a fucking retard, for example, he has a kid with special needs, he's gonna swing at you. Essentially implying that Chud the Builder, who went up to black people randomly and just said the N-word hard R, the fact that there was those black people who swung at him, he's saying, like, yeah, it makes sense that those black people would randomly fucking swing at him. Right? Essentially saying, like, oh, is the assault justified or whatever the fuck? Yeah, probably not, but, like, listen, if you're gonna be an asshole in this way, like, fuck it. Yeah, fuck you. Although, honestly, you can make the argument that it's aggravated fucking speech, and it's the fact that Chud the Builder was trying to shoot them is aggravated fucking assault because he, well, prompted the reprisal that he had gotten. So, like, yeah, that's why, well, those black people didn't really suffer any consequences for their actions. Anywho, Cuba. Oh man, where have we seen this tactic before from the U.S.? So, a U.S. indictment of former Cuban President Raul Castro is expected to be announced Wednesday in Miami. Two federal sources familiar with the investigation tell NBC News. Okay, let me fucking guess. What, Raul is being convicted of fucking narco-terrorism? I'm just so fucking curious. Like, what exactly is he being fucking convicted of, right? Expected at a ceremony to mark the deadly 1996 shooting of two civilian planes, which remains one of the most politically charged episodes in modern U.S.-Cuban relations. Really? He's going to indict Raul Castro for that or something? Okay, I'm not even 100% certain what is the exact cases for this in particular, but dude, he's a former president, he's old as fuck, and we're, I don't know, going after him for, if I were to take a guess, him making a mistake about some American fucking goddamn planes or some shit that, I don't know, went over Cuban fucking airspace by accident or something. Maybe there was just a mistake. Who the fuck knows? We know exactly why Trump is trying to pull this shit in particular. He wants to do a raid, for example, on on Cuba in particular, similar to that of what he did within Venezuela with Nicolas Maduro, because he now sees that his, shall we say, adventure within Iran has been a complete, utter fucking failure. We know that he's been getting more and more fucking bored with what's going on in Iran because of how much of a failure it's been. And so he wants to distract himself with now a potential invasion or regime change in fucking Cuba in particular. It's stupid, it's nonsensical, and they're just going to try to come up with, like, basically any justification to, I don't know, do, like, their random fucking Pax Americana fucking bullshit. It's nonsense. And here, another excuse that these motherfuckers are trying to use to manufacture consent for a regime change within Cuba. So apparently, Cuba has acquired more than 300 military drones and recently began discussing plans to use them to attack U.S. assets, according to classified intelligence shared with Axios. The intelligence could become a pretext for U.S. military action. Now, why would fucking classified intelligence is being randomly shared with fucking Axios from U.S. fucking officials? Why is that being randomly shared? I'm fucking smelling some bullshit. My bullshit radar is just going like wee woo wee woo wee woo wee woo wee woo wee woo wee woo. I'm fucking detecting some fuck shit going on here. Is Cuba did they buy a bunch of military drones? Probably, considering the fact that the United States of America has been constantly clamoring how they're going to do regime change within Cuba over and over and over again. So they're probably acquiring assets in order to be able to be ready to defend themselves from the fact that they have an aggressive neighbor to their goddamn north. Oh, shocker, I know. And they want to try to be, at the very least, somewhat prepared for an attack that might happen on the fucking mainland by the U.S. Navy. Makes fucking sense to me, right? So might as well buy a bunch of fucking cheap drones to use that to attack or not attack, but rather defend themselves from the potential for a U.S. invasion. Because Trump has been constantly clamoring how he wants to do regime change within Cuba, even though he's been, like, quote-unquote negotiating with them for the latter part of about, like, 2 months or something. It's just like, yeah, dog. This is the exact same thing they did with Iran, same thing they did with Venezuela. The United States still attacked anyways. There's no reason to believe a single word that comes out of the fucking president in this particular aspect. But here, quick Belle of the Ranch video talking about this whole situation. Why don't we take a look?
Well, howdy there, Internet people. It's Belle again.
Howdy.
So today, we're going to talk about Trump administration claims and justifications about Cuba.
Mm-hmm.
While the world is still neck deep in the effects of Trump's last ill-planned elective military intervention, the administration seems to be laying the groundwork to shape American sentiment so it can justify another intervention in Cuba. So far, we've seen them say that...
Are they... Oh, they're actually trying to manufacture consent this time within fucking Cuba. Unlike what they did with, well, not Venezuela, but well, yeah, Venezuela and Iran, where they basically just, I don't know, bombed first and asked questions later. It's really, really fucking stupid.
That the country engages in and or allows other nations to use their country for the collection of signals intelligence, hosted military advisors and taken advice from adversarial nations, sent their troops to fight in Ukraine on behalf of Russia, acquired hundreds of drones, and so on. Secretary...
Did the Cubans send troops to fight? Wait, hold on. I thought wait, wouldn't the Trump administration actually be okay with that in particular because they like the Russians? That doesn't make any fucking sense to me. Why are they trying to charge the Cubans with that in particular? Stupid. Like, it just sounds like fucking bullshit to me. Like, this is not passing the most basic of fucking smell tests. Like, I thought Trump, like, likes Russia and is okay with the invasion that is still ongoing right now because he's not doing anything in order to stop the invasion whatsoever. Like, Russian oil has been unsanctioned because of his actions within Iran. And the Russians have been significantly benefiting from it. Like, it's just really, really fucking stupid. Yeah, exactly, Alex. They're trying to throw a bunch of shit at the wall, see what exactly sticks. Like, this is like a pathetic fucking excuse. Like, I mean, they're gonna complain about like 300 military drones. That's it. That are apparently being used to plan attacks on the United States of America or U.S. assets within the region. Like, seriously? This is what we got? It's like, honestly, that's like the only thing that's probably the most, I don't know, like, strongest case for the United States of America, but it's only 300 fucking drones, man. That's fucking nothing.
Secretary of Defense Hegseth seems to be leaning into the drone thing pretty heavily. He recently said, quote,
"Shouldn't be surprising.
We've long been concerned that a foreign adversary using that kind of location that close to our shores is highly problematic."
Now, obviously, the immediate question you would ask is, who? I mean, we've seen, I don't know, like Marco Rubio and the Trump administration make claims that apparently Hamas and Hezbollah operate within Cuba or some shit. Like, yeah, man. Or they said that in Venezuela. Like, yeah, man, totally. The Hamas tunnels went all the way to fucking Venezuela or something. And I wouldn't be surprised if they would say the exact same thing for the Cubans as well. It's like, yeah, man, totally. The Hamas tunnels go all the way to fucking Cuba or something. And they're going to launch drone attacks against the United States of America. Because that's totally something that's going to be very real and is absolutely going to happen. Stupid. It's just dumb, man.
A CIA official was quoted as telling the press, Director Ratcliffe made clear that Cuba can no longer serve as a platform for adversaries to advance hostile agendas in our hemisphere. Beyond that,
sure, man.
The Department of Justice plans to unseal an indictment against Raul Castro, alleging he ordered the 1996 downing of 2 planes linked to a nonprofit. The Cuban embassy...
Yeah, again, there's just like... What's the evidence for this? Probably bupkis.
He wrote in a statement, like any country, Cuba has the right to defend itself against external aggression. It is called self-defense, and it is protected by international law and the UN Charter.
I mean, that's
Those
true.
from the U.S. who seek the submission and, in fact, the destruction of the Cuban nation through military aggression and war do not waste a single moment fabricating pretexts, creating and spreading falsehoods, and distorting as extraordinary the logical preparation required to face a potential aggression.
Mm-hmm.
Cuba's had pretty decent...
So basically, they're mostly talking about the 300 military drones that they purchased in order to try to defend themselves from the fact that Donald Trump has been constantly threatening to do regime change within Cuba. Like, he's been bringing this up constantly in a bunch of different fucking press conferences because he's not very interested anymore in the conflict that he's doing in Iran, and now he wants to start attacking Cuba instead.
Decent drone capabilities for a few years now. There haven't been any attacks, and most countries around the world are actively expanding their drone capabilities after seeing the results in Ukraine and Iran.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing particularly unusual about this. Same with collecting signals intelligence and allowing allies to. Same with sending your forces to fight in an ally's war. The U.S. is doing that in Nigeria right now.
True.
I mean, really, almost the entire list of talking points is kind of business as usual for any nation anywhere in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Given the fact that the U.S. has militarily intervened in Cuba at least half a dozen times in the last 130 years or so, to include a series of occupations, and not including a lengthy list of covert operations, it's not really surprising that Cuba has plans to hit Guantanamo. Look, the Trump administration...
Oh, so that's what they're probably mostly going to be concerned about. The fact that they may attack Guantanamo Bay and try to retake that from the United States of America or some shit. Sure, man, totally, whatever. Like, it's not gonna fucking accomplish anything. Let's be honest here. Like, what's that going to do? So, basically nothing. Like, I mean, like, unironically, Gitmo should be fucking closed, like, forever ago. And we're going to have, like, I don't know, a conniption about Cuba having some plans to attack Gitmo potentially, even though like the United States has made plans to attack like fucking Canada, for example. I mean, it's fucking stupid, man. It's stupid. Like, oh, standard nation state stuff is happening. Okay, I for one am completely shocked.
Is looking to move forward on a bunch of foreign policy talking points that were either never meant to be moved on and were just meant to motivate the American populace, or they're moving forward on a bunch of foreign policy objectives that are so dated they're obsolete.
Probably
any foreign policy
latter,
objective that Trump advertises as something America has wanted to do for a long time needs to be met with two questions. First, is this still a real foreign policy objective or just holdover thought from the Cold War that really doesn't matter anymore? And second, if all of these other presidents wanted to do it but didn't, why didn't they? Is it possible that it's...
That's always the main fucking question that I would always ask. It's like, okay, he keeps saying that they wanted to do this. It's like, then why didn't they? Right? Like, why? Why are you so the brave, gallant one who's trying to, I don't know, quote unquote, save the Cuban people from fucking the horrors of 60 years of communism, which has been, well, embargoed as well for the latter part of those, well, 60 years. But whatever, like... The glaring hypocrisies of the United States of America will never sort of like I don't know, be forgotten, in my personal opinion. Like, whoa, the United States is full of shit when it comes to this particular issue. Oh my god, I for one am completely and utterly shocked. Whoa, crazy. Like, no, the only reason why Trump is doing this in particular is because he wants like a new war to distract from the fact that everything in the United States is getting worse materially speaking. He wants to do another war, get like an easy victory in his mind for his fucking goddamn base, and he sees Cuba as another easy avenue for fucking victory, so he can, I don't know, get like some kind of a political win in his mind or some shit. I don't know. It's fucking stupid.
Because it's a horrible idea with a bunch of foreseeable risks. Like, say, closing the strait. Anyway, it's just a thought. Y'all have a good day.
Sorry, Belle. That's unfortunately we're required for you to have to use your brain, and the Trump administration has made it very clear that they don't want to use their brains. But yeah, I mean, like, what else is there to really say? Oh, the Trump administration is trying to come up with, like, literally any excuse to invade Cuba because of the fact that their failure within Iran has been as embarrassing and idiotic as it always has been. Even though everyone was saying like this is going to be stupid, don't do it, this is a really bad idea. Trump unfortunately was stupid enough to listen to the schizophrenic fucking nonsense coming out of Benjamin Netanyahu and his Mossad fucking dipshits who gave terrible fucking intelligence, terrible assessments to the fucking president of the United States of America, and he decided to follow up on that shit. For what reason? Meh, because he's a fucking idiot who got easily convinced by Benjamin Netanyahu to do an incredibly stupid, ill-planned, ill-thought-out fucking war, because he probably thought he was going to be the second coming of fucking Jesus if he took out the Ayatollah fucking Khamenei, even though, like, oh, literally nothing fucking happened. It's dumb, it's stupid, and now he's trying to, I don't know, do a war, a regime change war in fucking Cuba to try to harness the energy that he had in the kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro. For what purpose exactly? I don't know, to jingle some keys to his dumbass fucking base, to get them distracted from the fact that gas prices are as terrible as they are, the labor market's shitting the bed, oil prices are terrible, the job market is fucking awful within the United States of America, and everything in a material sense is just continuing to deteriorate further and further and further away because of this pedophilic, avaricious dipshit whose brain is leaking out of his ears, who barely seems to understand, I don't know, the even the basics of, like, well, general fucking policy, or how civic administration is supposed to work, because he's a stupid fucking pedophile. Don't think there's really much else to say besides, Trump, you're a fucking dumbass. Like, take your fucking lumps, take the fucking L that you did in Iran, and, I don't know, stop doing, like, stupid, idiotic wars of aggression for the express purpose of trying to vice signal to the dumbasses you call a political movement. All right. Who am I rating out to today? That's not how you click the raid. Why don't we raid out to... That's not how you spell that name either. We're gonna raid out to USA Hole. Alright, dorks. Raid messages. You know what to do, you know what to say. If you're a sub, you say you've been blessed by Romanian Jesus with the Transstride with the Daho raid bar. If you're a sub, if you're a non-sub, you do the WoW with the Daho raid bar. That's how we show appreciation. Those are any too many case gamers. I will be back tomorrow, and we'll be continuing to do more of the same. Factoring our Oreos and yapping more about light politics. Very, very cool. Very, very based. Anywho, gamers, I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.